Taka te hau ki te uru, taka te hau ki te tonga. Kia makina kina ki uta, kia mataratara ki tai. E hiake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hoihu. Tihe moriora. And welcome to our Finance and Performance Committee of the whole meeting. We start with item 1, apologies. And I have an apology for absence from Councillor Aaron Keown, although he will be joining us remotely at 2 o'clock to take part in a couple of items in that part of the meeting. So if I can move that apology. Do I have a seconder? Jake McClellan. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Declarations of interest. There are a number of declarations have been noted, particularly around councillors who are appointed to various boards, papers from which we're discussing in this meeting. If there are any other declarations that come up as the meeting progresses, please make them known. Item 3, confirmation of previous minutes. So this is the confirmation of minutes from the 30th of January and the 26th of February. Sam, you're moving those. Can I have a seconder, please? James, all those in favour, say aye. Against? That's carried. Moving to public forum, and there are no public forum presentations this morning. Item 5, deputations. We have 2 deputations this morning, both of which relate to item 14, the loan application Canterbury Cricket Trust. So item 5.1, Anne Dingwall and Lindsay Carswell speaking on behalf of the Civic Trust. So Lindsay and Anne, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. You have 10 minutes to make your deputation relating to the matters in item 14. And if you wanted to leave time for questions, you would need to do that within the 10 minutes. So thank you very much indeed.
Oh, good morning. Thank you for allowing the Christchurch Civic Trust to speak this morning. The Chair and Deputy Chair are unable to attend. The Trust acknowledges your message regarding scope. Nevertheless, the Trust would be remiss not to draw a significant procedural matter to the notice of the committee, which has not been drawn to the Council's attention previously, and which is relevant to the loan application. Cricket has pressed the panic button yet again, this time at the 11th hour, requesting an interest-free council loan to the tune of $1.5 million towards floodlights at Hagley Oval. The Canterbury Cricket Trust must secure the requisite finance in order to confirm the provision of floodlights in time to host a leading role in the 2021 Women's Cricket World Cup. Yet the executive summary makes no mention of the risk to ratepayers in the event of default on the proposed council loan, which in any case requires unplanned borrowing by the council. The staff report raises more questions than it answers. The time frame and favourable recommendation place undue pressure on the council's decision-making process. The staff report states that the council granted a ground lease for floodlights on Hagley Oval on the 19th of December 2019. Is this committee aware that the council is unable to lease part of Hagley Oval for the floodlights until all legal steps within the statutory scheme of that Act have been complied with and completed under the Reserves Act? The grant of a ground lease under the Reserves Act is valid only after the Council's exercise of the Minister's consent function delegated to territorial authorities. In this case, this has not occurred. The Council has not considered the exercise of the Minister's consent power. Thus, the Council effectively wears 2 hats because it is the administering body of Hagley Park and also delegate of the Minister. Having decided to grant the lease, the Council then had to decide, as delegate of the Minister, whether to consent to the grant of the lease. Furthermore, the consent power must be exercised by the full Council, not subdelegated, and is not a rubber stamping exercise according to the Supreme Court, which has set out the legal duties required. And they're there before you. At this time, the Canterbury Cricket Trust has no legal right to occupy the land in Hagley Oval on which it intends to construct and operate floodlights. Yet that trust is now requesting a loan from the council to assist and further that intention, for which it has no lawful authority to undertake. Under the circumstances, the lease cannot serve as the basis for the loan application. Because the ground lease is not valid, the council must consider the trust's loan application on the basis that the trust has no ground lease for the relevant land. The loan application supporting document is not publicly available, yet the staff report states that it contains additional information covering resource implications in the event of part or all of the loan being forgiven. The staff report states, staff believe the trust will be in a position to repay the loan if the committee impose certain conditions. One of these conditions will be discussed in the public excluded session of the meeting, as it is commercially sensitive. And the report also states there is a risk that the two elements of the decision-making process that the committee are being asked to consider in the public excluded session will represent a lack of transparency. Clearly, not all of the significant conditions are to be disclosed for public scrutiny. Given that a charitable trust is requesting public funding, why is the supporting document and other relevant information not publicly available and subject to public scrutiny? The staff report states that the majority were in support during the council's lease consultation. However, this is not reflected in pledges amounting to little more than 1/4 of the approximate cost stated in the report. Rather, the Trust has a record of reliance on grants and loans for capital projects, with the loans being written down. Liability for maintenance of the Hagley Oval Pavilion and fundraising for the redevelopment of the Sir Richard Hadley Sports Centre in Hagley Park are already placing significant demands on the Trust's finances. The total project value is approximately $4.25 million, according to the staff report. We have no published evidence as to the actual cost or the likelihood of cost overruns, requiring either further council funding or increasing the risk of loan default. In addition to requesting the council loan, the Cricket Trust has applied for a loan elsewhere for $500,000, a further liability for the Trust. In the event that the Cricket Trust is unable to repay the council's loan secured against the Trust's built assets, and given that the assets being on council land are far from saleable, would the council find itself in the unfortunate financial position of having to repay the loan with interest, owning the 6 floodlights, and burdened with all the consequent long-term operating and maintenance costs, all unplanned expenditure, and a further burden on Christchurch ratepayers. This would not be a positive in terms of the council's claims to rein in increases in council rates. The staff report states that part or all of the loan may need to be forgiven in the future, resulting in a write-down of the loan balance through a grant. It appears that the true nature of this proposal is a gift from ratepayers to cricket. As has been publicly announced, the Christchurch Civic Trust submitted a complaint to Parliament's Regulations Review Committee in respect of the December 2019 Hagley Oval Section 71 proposal decision. That committee accepted the Trust's complaint and is awaiting a response from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Since the matter of ministerial approval of the 6 48.9 metre light poles is the subject of a parliamentary investigation, any related loan application must lie on the table until Parliament's decision is announced. This loan application has been assessed and supported by council staff. Given the council's 100% ownership of VBase Limited, the council-controlled trading organisation which exclusively manages the Hagley Pavilion and also provides event management services to international cricket events at the Oval, and given the involvement of VBase in the council in bidding to host top-tier matches during the 2021 Women's Cricket World Cup, the council is conflicted in respect of this loan application. Furthermore, given the staff report's identification of the potential need for council forgiveness of the loan, clearly this is not an arm's-length commercial loan, which should be required since the Trust's request is for public funds. Under the circumstances and in the interest of public confidence, the Civic Trust strongly recommends that this financial proposal be subject to an independent review to assess the short and long-term risks to the ratepayers of Christchurch, and that the Council refer the loan application under urgency to the Office of the Auditor-General for assessment, and no council decision is made to approve any loan to the Canterbury Cricket Trust for the purpose of providing floodlights at Hagley Oval until such time as the Office of the Auditor-General is satisfied that it's appropriate to do so. Not to do so would place the council at legal risk. The Christchurch Civic Trust recommends that the loan application from the Canterbury Cricket Trust lie on the table until Parliament's decision in respect of revoking the Gazette notice is known and the Council has received the assessment of the loan application from the Office of the Auditor General.
All right, thank you. So that leaves 2 minutes if there are any questions. Sarah.
Thank you, and thank you for the thorough summary of your thoughts there. It seems to me that the two key things for you are, one, you don't think that council's gone through enough process to allow the lights to be there in the first place.
Click of the camera, I just missed of it.
Sorry, you don't think that the council's gone through the right process to approve the lights, which would mean they wouldn't need the loan yet.
Well, it hasn't completed the process.
Yeah, so the one we haven't completed, your view is that we haven't completed the process and that there's a risk to ratepayers. If we were able to,
in relation to the loan.
yeah,
Yes.
in regard to the loan, if we were to have guarantees on those processes, so if we were to do this subject to making sure that the process was finished, well, subject to them legally being allowed to do the lights in the first place, and subject to getting some sort of cast iron guarantee on the loan, would that satisfy?
No, because of the council's conflict of interest.
Okay,
There needs to be an independent review of this loan application.
thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Tim.
I think, Lindsay, in your documentation, you've got here that...
Who's speaking next?
Oh,
Lindsay's
okay, right.
yet to make his deputation.
Okay.
Mine's separate.
All right. So are there any further questions on the deputation that we've just heard from the Civic Trust? All right. So, Anne, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We will be considering this matter at or around 12 o'clock. And obviously the meeting is live streamed, so you'd be able to watch it that way if you wanted to do.
Oh, thanks for the heads up about the time, because
Thank you.
that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So that concludes the deputation from the Civic Trust. Now, Lindsay, you've now got 10 minutes to make a deputation in your own personal capacity. The same rules apply, 10 minutes, and if you wanted to allow time for questions, that would be within the 10-minute period. So
Well, I think
thank
I'll
you very
only
much.
need 5 minutes, actually. I understand you've all got a copy of what I've sent through, and you've probably all read it already, but like opening your Chrissy presents before Christmas Day, but never mind. I'm just going to comment on a few points in the staff report, and I'll go over them. First of all, point 5.4 goes on about the fact that the Canterbury Cricket Trust is a charitable trust, formed in 2007, and with a proven track record of fundraising. Then goes on to say in 2014 that the trust raised $10.5 million to establish the cricket pavilion. I've done quite a lot of research into where they got their money from, and the main people who gave funding there was mainly government agencies. There was Sport New Zealand, $2 million. Canterbury Earthquake Appeal Trust, $3 million. I'm going to come back shortly to some of these. And finally, both of those were loans, by the way. They weren't grants, they were straight out loans. They had to be repaid back. I'll come back to that, explain it later. But the Lotteries Commission also gave $2 million. And then there were a series of various pub charities who gave straight out donations, ranging from $1 million down to about $20,000. And that gave them sufficient income to complete the pavilion building. That was how they did the funding. There were no sausage sizzles outside Bunnings on a wet Saturday morning for Canterbury cricket. They weren't into that at all. 7.6, let's have a look at this point. The Trust has a proven track record of success in this area. And it goes on to say that the Trust has a significant income flow and come over the period, the last few years. I'd like to have a look at that, because if you have a look at their last financial report on the Charities Commission website, you go to details there for 2019 and 2018. Their total revenue, just over $1 million in 2019. Total expenses, almost $800,000. This gave them a net or a surplus, $299,000. But in that figure of revenue, there is a 600,000 write-off each year from the Canterbury Earthquake Appeal Trust. This is the last financial year they can use that. So once this year's gone, they won't have that figure of their total revenue will be $600,000 less. So their income figures will be showing a deficit. The trust set up a Give a Little page, December 2014, to raise $1 million. To date, it has raised $3,306. Like, unbelievable. I've been involved in a lot of fundraising over the last few years, and I've never seen anything quite like that. You can have a look at it yourself. Perhaps somebody else has put some more money into it. $20 went in last weekend. That's 10 weeks they've had running for. The report then goes on, 7.8, the report then goes on to about repaying the loan. Come down to the part where I've got underlined. The risk that should the trust not meet its obligations per the loan agreement, then part of or all of the loan may need to be forgiven in the future. Well, I'd like to put out to you that when they got their loan from Sport New Zealand, they were going to have to pay it back. They never did. They very quickly got back to Sport New Zealand and told them there's no way we can repay this loan. So it went to Cabinet. Treasury wrote a report and opposed it. The Cabinet decided, no, we'll pay back Sport New Zealand. So Sport New Zealand wrote the loan off and Canterbury Cricket never had to pay it back. I've given you the two documents, one from Sport New Zealand. This took several months to get out of them. Had to go to the Ombudsman before they finally came back to me and said, well, yes, we can tell you. We did give them some money. And the second document is the one from Treasury, which outlines why Treasury opposed government repaying Sport New Zealand for the loan they gave to Canterbury Cricket Trust. In conclusion, my recommendation would be to decline the loan based on examination of the financial position, the fundraising ability, and the past performance in regard to loan repayments. That's my recommendation. However, if you decide to approve the loan, I strongly urge that the loan not be secured against the built assets of the trust. Instead, the loan should be secured by way of personal guarantees against the trustees of the Canterbury Cricket Trust. It's no good securing a loan on the assets that the trust owns. What are you going to do if you have to take back the lighting towers? What are you going to do with them? Sell them on trade me? Cut them up to scrap? Finally, I note that the 29th of August 2015 minutes show the following. This was also when the Canterbury Cricket got their first lease back in 2013. It was moved in the council that the Canterbury Cricket have advised that no further funds from the Christchurch City Council would be sought. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. So the penultimate paragraph in the written version that you've supplied to us strongly urge that the loan not be secured against the built assets of the trust. Instead, the loan should be secured by way of personal guarantees against the trustees. Is what you're really saying there that, you know, you've clearly stated that you don't believe that the security against the built assets is sufficient. There needs to be a more suitable, more watertight guarantee from somewhere. If we were able to achieve that from somewhere other than the trustees of the trust, that would be acceptable to you?
Other than the trustees?
Oh, I'm not sure. The real point here is, look, the assets they've got there on Hagley Oval, they effectively have a zero value. As a security. You can't sell the pavilion building. And what are you going to do with lighting towers?
Thank
Once
you.
they're there, that's it.
Yeah, so the point's well made that the assets of the trust, the built assets of the trust may not be sufficient security. No, that's all right, that's fine. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Leanne?
Follow up from that. So your key issue is that the security or indeed the guarantee cannot be on the assets. It must be in a way that guarantees no cost to the ratepayers of Christchurch.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yanni?
Thank you. I just wanted to just check if you're aware of how much ratepayer money has gone into the Hagley Oval since it was built, following on your last note where there was going to be no further funds from Christchurch City Council sought.
I'm I'm unaware of the total amount of money that council has spent on the Oval.
Right.
It's never, a lot of it's been buried deep in the accounts and is unavailable for public comment.
Right, okay. And you've made comment about V-Bays, and you've made comment about guaranteeing the assets in terms of the pavilion. Are you aware of the cost or are you aware of whether V-Base is subsidising the pavilion or whether they're making money from it in terms of an asset?
No. What I do know is that the agreement that the Earthquake Appeal Trust gave to Canterbury Cricket Trust was that the pavilion building was to be used by community groups only.
I question the relevance of this question. We're talking about the building, whereas the matter that we're considering today is a loan for the lights.
Well, no, it's about the guarantee. Sorry, let me be clear. Mr. Carswell's raising concern about how we guarantee the loan across the asset.
Yep.
And I just, I think you were making the point that the building is a liability or...
Well, it's not a liability, it's an asset to Canterbury Cricket, but as far as the security is concerned, say for the council, or say a bank, for instance, they wouldn't accept that. It would be totally unacceptable because it can't be sold.
Right.
If they had to foreclose, what security have they got? What could they do with the pavilion?
Right.
All right, thank you. That brings us to the end of the time. But Lindsay, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come along and present to us today. And just reiterating, we will be dealing with this item at or very shortly after 12 o'clock. Thank you. So now we move to item 6, presentation of petitions. There are none. And now moving to item 13, the draft submission on the infrastructure funding and financing bill. Now we've brought this to the top of the agenda because the cut-off for submissions on this is at 5 o'clock today. So we were keen to give staff enough time to work on any changes to make sure that our submission was submitted within that time frame. So thank you very much. Andrew, welcome to the table. Was there anything that you wanted to say about this report before we ask you any questions?
Not especially. I'll perhaps just talk for 20 seconds or so. Look, thank you very much for bringing this earlier on in your meeting. That's going to be really helpful for incorporating any comments we get today. This bill is a key part of the government's urban growth agenda. It's had its first reading in Parliament and now it's at the select committee stage, and our submission is a submission to the parliamentary select committee. The whole bill is about speeding up infrastructure for housing, and the approach that they're adopting is what we call an SPV model, using a special purpose vehicle for raising funds. So we've had a briefing on the submission, and it's been circulated to you earlier. Obviously it's due today, and I'm just happy to field any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Sarah, you're happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Pauline? Melanie?
I was just going to say, as I've said,
So this is debate, yeah?
it's more it's feedback. It's not rather than a question.
All right, so let's move into debate, and you're going to make some statements. That's fine.
Just when reading the way some of these points are written, and I agree with them, it just would be helpful again to sort of say what we want. So, for instance, like where it says for number 8, local authority influence over the SPVs, infrastructure planning is weak. We want to say, you know, something about how we want it to be stronger or something, rather than just a statement of what an observation is, but what we actually want. That's what I feel.
Our point there is made down at 18, which is where we say what we want. Paragraph 18.
Okay.
All right. Yep. Any further debate? All right, so this has been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving now to item 7, the Performance Exceptions Report. Peter Ryan, welcome to the table. And we do have unit managers available to answer any questions that might arise from this report. So, Peter, any commentary on this to start with, please?
Okay, look, this is the high-level report against organisational goals. It's underpinned by more detailed capital and other reporting that follows later. In terms of levels of service, there's been very little movement once again. It's been that way for some months. The question was put at the last meeting, will the point of contact survey results have any impact on that? And the answer is that some went up and some went down, and the impact is neutral. So we're exactly where we were last month. The exceptions are basically the same exceptions. So there's actually relatively little to put there unless someone has a question about an individual level of service and a manager might like to respond to that. In terms of the watch list, it's again underpinned by more detailed reporting later, but it's also relatively steady. There is one item that's worth mentioning that was raised in discussion, and that was renewal around Tuam Street. There was a question, I think, from Councillor Johansson about the movement of the milestone, and a question was put as to whether that movement was reported correctly. It was. That's been verified, but the project manager has corrected that now from October 21 to October 20. So that's clarified, and the systems now reflect that. Other than that, there's relatively little change around those watch list and non-watch list projects either. Ruth will be giving you a much more detailed report underpinning this later, but that's the high-level view against, I should stress, plan, initiate and execute phases over all years, as opposed to just the current year. And that's probably the least one of these reports has ever had to report in terms of change or volatility since last month or the month before.
Thank you for that. There are a number of these where the annotation is waiting on annual survey results. We've obviously got the resident satisfaction survey and the point of contact survey, which then inform the results against these. Obviously, information you've referred to already from the point of contact survey. So information from those surveys, or at least that one, is to hand. When will that be reported? And when will these tables be populated with that information?
The second phase, the resident survey material, isn't available yet, and managers don't have that data. What we normally do is, rather than release raw data to the councillors or the community, is tabulate those results, find out what's the drivers underneath them, present graphs that show the trend, and give councillors a briefing with the entire pack and what's going on underneath the data towards the beginning of May.
Okay.
The raw results of point of contact are known, and we were hoping they might impact on these results, but the entire package with its drivers is first week of May, which is the normal timing every year.
Which is great, and that gives us the opportunity to consider anything that comes out of that in time for the annual plan, which is excellent. Great, thank you for that. Are there any further questions for Peter? Jimmy.
Particularly regarding the some of the target and also the survey, the page 33, the resident satisfaction with road condition, and also with the footpath condition. I'm not sure, for instance, like road condition, target is 39%, but the survey is only 27%. But we particularly mentioned remedial actions only per year is increased 2 to 3%. If that's true, whether we need to consider our target need to be a proper amendment or just still focus on this target 39. Otherwise, only just 70, but 2/3% only. 2/3.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what you're asking of me there, but the targets are set through council at the LTP.
Yes.
They can be amended during an annual plan.
Yes.
There are very few amendments proposed in the current annual plan that's out for consultation. I guess the traditional advice is to sort this out at the LTP when the activity plans and the levels of service are presented to you by managers to say, look, based on current performance and budget, because it's a reflection of how much you're budgeting, is the target still appropriate? And have that healthy discussion about whether it should be more aspirational or actually the budget is only this much, so we can only expect that much. Obviously, the bang and the buck are linked together, so there's little point in setting a target quite high if the budget doesn't go up. So that's a debate to have as part of that whole LTP review process around levels of service.
The purpose of this report is reporting against the targets which have already been set. The changing of the targets would occur through the annual plan and LTP processes.
Yes, these targets are at the moment fixed by the previous LTP.
Okay.
Any further questions? Tim.
Sorry, second
Oh,
question.
Jimmy, sorry, yep. And then Tim, I'll come to you.
On page 28, the major cycleway, the watch list, capital project. And South Express, you particularly just focus on the section 3 in here. That's particular for delivery exception, but how about 1A and 2B? I mean, from Paparua Reserve to the Gilberthorpe to the Timberton, etc. This section, why not in here?
I think that's one for Ruth, because the purpose of this, as I said earlier, is a very high-level report around exceptions.
Yep. Yes.
So if you want to know about things that are actually okay, but you want to know some detail around that, that's where the PMO comes in with their more detailed analysis. So this is really the high level of how's the overall program going and what are the big exceptions. So there's 2 levels of reporting there. I'm pretty sure Ruth will be able to help you with that, and she's signalling yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Tim.
Thank you. Nice, easy one on page 28, so we don't have to shift around. On the table 1, just below what Jimmy was talking about with regards to the MCR Norwest Arc, section 1A, Cashmere Road to Sparks Road, and I think that this would also be interesting to the other 2 councillors affected in the area. We have had a lot of feedback from the community about the connection between the proposed cycleways and where we've now built the retention ponds, which is a great family asset to people to go, but it's actually dangerous to get to. So in this table, it's got, and I'm not expecting an answer now, but it would be really good for, I think, the 3 councillors to meet with staff to talk about it, because the Worsley Road, Cashmere Road intersection's been put back. This is really important, and so it would be really good for, I believe, the 3 councillors to understand the hierarchy of safety and risk and where this is on the table, because at the moment it's reading in red, will not meet baseline completion dates. So if we could have a meeting with staff at some stage to just get a heads on that, and that's Melanie Coker and Anne Galloway and myself. Thank you.
Right, no problem.
Thank you. Anne, did you have a question?
It's similar to what Jimmy has been asking, in that we have got targets and measures that we have very little control over, in terms of, for example, increasing passenger travel on public transport. So I guess the understanding, I guess what I need clarification for is as we go into this new LTP, there'll be opportunities to actually address some of those targets that actually we are setting ourselves up for failure for in lots of ways.
Look, I wouldn't claim to speak for Richard as the expert in the field, but he would probably say something along the lines of we do have a role in that we provide the infrastructure packages. So while we don't have complete control over it, we do have a responsibility, and that indicator tells us something about how it's going, and then there's a debate about what's our part in that. It's partly us, but it's also partly other agencies. But at least it's on the page, I think is what he would say. So yes, that is a healthy debate to have, but it's acknowledged that not every level of service is completely under our control.
And that's a debate that we would have again as part of the LTP development, what our attitude to having targets that we can't control would be, and how we perhaps elevate those things that we do have control for and what the targets around those should be. But that's the LTP discussion, as was said in answer to Jimmy's question. Are there any further questions? Yanni?
Thank you. I had several questions. One on page 32, the measure around reducing the number of reported cycling and pedestrian crashes on the network. Our target's less than 43, and we've been advised that we've had 50 crashes. And then the narrative kind of goes on to say that we're, the delivery of the cycleways and safety improvement programs to address this issue. Do we have any actual evidence around where these crashes are occurring and what the conditions are, and whether it's related to cycleway infrastructure not being in place?
I think there's someone who can answer that better than I.
So the evidence around how the crashes are occurring is all there, because we know from the CAS database, so that's where we get the information that's updated by the police. That's where we get the information around the crashes themselves and the measure that goes in here. As far as the broader evidence of whether it's on the MCRs or on the road network, they're all on the road network, I'd have to come back.
I just wonder whether, given how much money we're investing in cycleways and accessible city, the fact that we're not meeting a target, I think, would bear more scrutiny, and it would be quite interesting to separate out cycling and pedestrian and just kind of understand what the causes have been.
Part of this question does go back to a debate on the measure as well. We've got quite a coarse measure this year around an annual figure, which can be affected by quite big fluctuations. We are looking to have that conversation with you all around the LTP and how we do a better measure that provides you better information. A lot of other councils use 5-year rolling averages so that you get a better idea of how we're rolling.
Is it possible through the chair to get a memo back on this particular one, and just to kind of get a little bit more detail about the breakdown of the cyclists, the number of cyclists versus pedestrians, and what the trend has been?
And it would be
through
good
the
to
chair,
pick.
I can do that easily, but through the chair and at the well, the council, I'd like to give you the information on all of the crashes, not just cyclists and pedestrians.
Yep,
because
that's
we
helpful.
haven't actually met our other target either, which is people in cars.
Right.
Yep.
I can give you all the data. I've got it all.
Yep.
I think that will be useful.
Yep.
I think, when we've previously had this discussion, but how we prioritise intersections for safety upgrades. I know parts of my ward feel really dangerous and probably have had a number of incidents, and yet they've been dropped down or the money's been taken off and put into other things. But I think it's really good just to have a kind of high-level understanding of what's happening with the cycling and the pedestrians. I mean, car crashes are equally as important, but actually,
this is all the debate that we would need to have on the issue if we were debating it. And that would be, that would belong
so
to Mike's
do you want
committee.
to report to
There's
Mike's committee?
value in getting the report back that Leanne, the information back that Lynette has suggested, but I don't want to start debating the issue today when we're in questions at the Finance and Performance meeting.
Sorry, well, I just want to be clear on what the memos that we're getting back.
There is a briefing planned for the Urban Development Committee next week about safety.
Right.
Okay. So can we just make a note?
On your agenda.
Okay.
and that's
All right. If we can
through
pick
that
up the
committee.
matter that Yanni has raised, whether it's
Through that
through
committee.
the other committee or whether it's through the information that you'd offered to provide, as long as it's covered, bearing in mind the same people are sitting around the table at that committee as are here, as long as it's covered, we can be happy. That's fine.
And
Right.
you make sure it's done at the briefing, so it's done at once and not several times. Yes, thank you.
Great. Yanni, did you have anything further?
Yeah, just on the wastewater one, just on, it's the top of the page 31, wastewater collection, treatment, disposal. It says the percentage of our wastewater gravity network pipe identified as condition grade 5 through physical inspection, we're not meeting the target, and then it goes on to say that we've got insufficient budget to support the goal, and it's going to be reviewed through that LTP process. But I would have thought by the time we wait for that, we'll get even further behind. So I guess, is there a way in which that can be, have additional resource to actually meet the target now, rather than wait for another year and a half?
It's always possible for staff to approach council and recommend a change. I'm not aware of that initiative going forward, but Helen might know more.
No, we could approach council and recommend more funding for that through the annual plan. It isn't in the draft annual plan at the moment. I'd have to go back and check with the team what the shortfall is on that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right. So, yeah, if that can be brought back, and it may well be something that comes back as part of the annual plan process. Thank you. Yanni, anything else?
No, that's it.
Done.
Thanks.
All right. Anne, back to you.
Thank you. Just a further question about the safety issues that Yanni was talking about. I believe we have a Vision Zero strategy, and I'm just wondering how that influences our levels of service going forward.
Okay, that's a good chance to just quickly revisit these crash measures. They're compulsory measures set by the central government. Their purpose is somewhat clumsy in that they know that council doesn't control crashes. Their purpose is to trigger us to ask that when we look at crashes, is there something about our infrastructure that contributed to that, or was it simply human error and an accident? So while it doesn't jump off the page, but that's the purpose, is to make us question our infrastructure as a contributor to the crashes. We have no real influence over the measure, but we do set the target. So we have control over what we regard as success. So that's part of the level of service debate in the LTP, is what's, given that we have these measures and their purpose is a bit oblique, what's the right target to set, rather than sort of scrutinising the measure, because the measure's given. All councils have them.
That would be fantastic if we have a briefing to actually think about that in terms of our Vision Zero strategy and setting those targets going forward, because it must have an influence if we are setting targets according to a strategy.
And that is part of what we're looking to cover off.
All right. Thank you very much. No further questions? All right. Now, I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy Chen. Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then moving on to item 8, the Capital Project Performance Report. Ruth, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. Now, there may be a number of questions that arise from this report. Not all of those may be able to be answered at this meeting, in which case we'll circulate a memo. And obviously, if any of those questions related to information that was confidential in nature, commercially sensitive in particular, that information would be supplied by memo in the same way. So on that basis, Ruth, did you have anything that you wanted to note in regards to this report?
Yeah, sure. Morning Chair, morning councillors. A few things I just want to call out. So 900 projects in flight, budget of 520, that's static. In response to feedback that we had from the previous committee, we have provided a little further information around costs and delivery of those third-party projects, so you'll see that on page 45. Obviously, detail of performance against those projects is in the watch list report towards the end as an appendix. Total spend to date, we've got 209. I just wanted to call out a couple of wins that we've had in the previous period. So our social housing renewals is complete. We've got 3 wellhead conversions that are complete, the Wainui, the Jeffreys and the Sydenham, and we've actually got construction that's commenced on site down Cranford Street for the downstream effects projects. If you've driven down Cranford Street, you would have encountered that. Current forecast to spend for the remaining 5 months is 270 mil. So there are a number of key projects that we have in construction, which is obviously the projects that drive the majority of the spend at that point in construction. The current forecast is reasonably ambitious, and it does rely on our ability to respond to some of the current delivery risks and issues that we've got at a program level as well as a project level. So I just wanted to call out a couple of those high-level program risks and issues for you. Just to note that our delivery teams are actively addressing those risks to mitigate them and to minimise the impact of our issues. So first up, obviously coronavirus. We have a supply chain risk in relation to this. We've got China factory closures. So in terms of some of the key project impacts, there is glazing supply for our Metro Sport, which isn't a major concern at present. It's not on the critical path for that project. It's just highlighting that as a risk. Pipelining for our 3 waters projects, we've got 1 in flight that will be delayed as a result of that supply, and we've got 4 other projects in the tender process. So what we've actually asked the contractors to do is to review those supply chain risks and identify alternative sourcing, at least as a backup. For transport, we've got issues in relation to the local supply of signs, poles and sockets, so we are waiting a shipment of that, which is forecast for the end of March. And we will prioritise projects to actually be supplied with that if we need to. The multi-use arena, there is risk relating to any change in the exchange rate, so any hike in the US dollar will impact us if the virus continues to increase internationally. There is a general risk on all projects in relation to how that virus progresses in New Zealand. So it is our responsibility as team leaders to make sure that our staff are healthy and safe, and we do provide the right equipment and technology for them to work from home if they need to. NZTA subsidy remains a risk. In order to mitigate that, we've got staff that work closely with NZTA to ensure the clarity of that process and to streamline it where we can. Back to the reports, carryovers and bringbacks. Our net carryover is 70 million, and the main projects that are contributing to that you'll see on following pages, and you'll also see a breakdown of the overall numbers by portfolio on following pages after that. Our watch list major cycleways report where there's deviation on risks or risks in relation to cost and time. The commentary is provided there. I'll just call out the multi-use as we know we've got the Crown funding. So we will progress that budget approval now in order to, that won't be Amber next month. And maybe we'll just respond to Councillor Chen's query around South Express while we're talking about the watch list and major cycleways. And then we'll take any further questions.
Thank you.
On page, South Express is on page 57. All of the sections that you raised, Councillor Chen, are listed in progressing well. So the rest of South Express is progressing.
Does that answer the question, Jimmy? You're happy with that?
General, I have a general question. Because I'm still concerned that every project we didn't have the master plan or master schedule. Now we distinguish the different kind of milestone. You know, maybe some consider the detailed design or tendering process, construction, but even construction have different stages. So I'm still concerned, how do we try to follow up those milestones? This is my particular concern. Even like NZTA, the situation should be, we need to be aware beforehand. This is my view. Otherwise, we're just behind schedule. Particularly, you review, like page 46 or 47. Everyone we have carry forward, but I didn't see any to bring forward those the budget. All carry forward. it means we're behind the schedule. Our progress is behind. We need to review. This is my general question.
It's interesting to reflect on the table immediately below that, though, the top 10 bring-back projects, where there are a number of projects that are ahead of schedule, bring-back required due to earlier forecast completion date. Riccarton Road, for example, it's great to see that one ahead of schedule, and that's noted in this report. And there are a number of other projects in that table where work has actually progressed faster than we would have expected, which has resulted in the need for a bring-back. So the table above that, obviously, is the one where there's been a need for carry-forwards, which is the one that you're referring to. I don't know whether staff have got any comment on the issue that Councillor Chen has raised.
Yeah, definitely. I think at the point where we create those original baseline dates, the information that we've got in order to create them is extraordinarily high level, so we haven't gone through planning and design phases yet. So they're always subject to change once we've got further information, whether they are being more fast-tracked or whether they are actually delayed because we actually have more information. So that's why we do provide you the light and revised forecast date, along with the commentary to explain why it happens, but it's always going to happen on a project because we just don't have enough information when we're actually setting that initial expectation. I think it would be fairer to say that you reset your expectations that they actually might change, as opposed to we're going to stick to that date.
Which in many ways is entirely the purpose of this part of this report.
Yes.
Exactly. Yanni.
Thank you for your report. I just sort of switching between the previous report on page 28 around Hereford Street, where we're told that the forecast is now 11th of December 20, and then in your report, I think it's still listing as sorry, I'll just quickly flick to it. I think it was to November or October. So I'm just, sorry, I've just nearly got it. Yeah, it's now, so we've got, the previous report was listing as December. This report's listing as November 2020. I guess my question really is, can we do anything to kind of get it done before the Christmas busy period? Because obviously that's quite a critical time for the central city, and I'm just concerned that it's slipping.
We are still, so we now have a contractor on board. That only happened at the end of last December. We've been working really hard with that contractor, and we're working firstly on Victoria Street to get that up and underway and going, and then we'll be setting our program for Hereford Street. We have been undertaking conversations with the stakeholders down there. They are clear that they would prefer us through there in winter when it's their slower period. We are very aware of what the Christmas period is, and we won't be impacting that.
But the two dates that we've got now show that we will.
No, the one on the watch list says November.
And the one in the previous report says December.
I'm sorry, I don't know where Peter's came from. I have to, because the watch list was the last, this is the most up-to-date information. So it's come back.
Okay.
So we're trying to get it out of the Christmas period.
Can we get a memo back on that when, you know, just, I mean, because, I mean, I guess what we're hearing in terms of the COVID-19, it's quite, you know, obviously there's a lot of uncertainty around a number of things.
We don't perceive that being a big risk for the delivery of these jobs.
So I think we've just heard the answer to the question, which is that we're expecting completion by November. And whilst COVID-19 may affect some projects, we're not anticipating that this will be one of them. So I think we in terms of the particular project that the question's about, we've had the answer.
Well, sorry, we'll check with Peter where he got the date from. Is that?
Lynette can do that.
Yeah, but Lynette, you're confident that November is the correct date?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
And just thanks for the memo on the Heathcote Expressway. We got quite a detailed process around how we go through the consenting. So I just wanted to check for the MCR. It says that we are doing the lizard habitat in early 2020. But can you just remind me, have we got a consent currently in for that design, or are we waiting for the lizard survey and then we put the consent in?
Yep.
So we wait for the lizard survey?
We need to do the lizard
Right.
survey as part of the consenting information to get the consent. So we are working with ECAN for the resource consent and the work. The lizard work is not expected to delay the delivery of the project. It is only a small portion of the job that the consent is needed for. The rest of the job can get underway.
Right, okay. And just so I'm clear, the NZTA funding is still creating delays, the lack of certainty, or have we got any greater certainty?
We haven't got formal approval from them. They did say a couple of weeks ago that we would expect it within a month. So, but until we actually get the piece of paper or the email, then we haven't actually got formal approval.
But we are optimistic.
Yes.
Okay. And sorry, there was one. We did get the memo back in terms of the old Sumner Road corridor. Is this the time to ask about that, or is that a different?
It was for information, really, as requested at the last meeting.
Yeah, that would have come out of the Sumner Road closeout report. Can we just check on progress with that?
No, we've got the memo
You've
back.
got it.
It's good, but it kind of raises questions on some other projects in terms of NZTA funding.
Right,
But I don't know
okay.
how we
Do
get the
you
chance
want to
raise
take
that.
those offline as a response to that memo rather than asking them here?
Sure.
Yep, thank you. All right, any further questions? So I'm happy to move this report. Sam, you're happy to second. All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. And now moving to item 9, the financial performance report for the 6 months ending 31st December. Now, 31st December, so Diane, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. 31st December obviously was some time ago, so if you were able to provide some commentary on the reason why we're getting this particular report now, and my understanding is that you're also able to give us a verbal update on anything that's able to be updated since this particular reporting period, given the time lapse.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The reason you're getting it to this meeting is because the cut-off for the last meeting, which was the 31st of January, was the 8th of January, which was 2 days after everybody came back from their leave. And we know we're good in finance, but we're not that good and we can't turn around in 2 days. So, and of course there was no February meeting, and so hence it comes to this meeting here.
Yep. Thank you.
And of course we only report quarterly. But you're right, I do have some updates, and you'll notice the report includes the January effect. There was a further improvement in February, and we're now looking at a small surplus of around $1 million. That's still, obviously we're still working on looking for further things, because there could be a weather event, there could be unforeseen things that pop out towards the end of the year. So we're continuing in the drive to ask people to review their budgets. The other thing you would notice on looking at the report is a lot of the differences are actually timing differences. So, you know, people are saying we're under at the moment, it's a timing difference. We anticipate we'll have spent it all by June, and that to me is an opportunity to actually cut back and crystallise the saving. Okay.
Great, thank you.
There's not a lot to report on within the report. There's, as I said, a lot of them are either timing or offsets, and I'll have the next version. We've already started working on something that's slightly clearer for the reader, which makes it clear what the actual real savings or gains or losses are, rather than for example, we talk about V-base, but then we say in the next line this is offset by a cost saving. So there's really little point mentioning it at all. Or if we do, we'll make it more of a lesser figure so that it's clearer. The other thing to say is that the capital program is still forecasting a slight overspend. This is the period of the year when the capital budgets tend to get, or forecasts tend to get cut back a little, and I would expect that to happen this year as well. And the good news is that the town hall monies have been identified and will be reflected. All the money to offset the town hall budget will be offset in the last quarter. So we expect to come in square on that as well.
So that'll be reported clearly at that time?
Yes, it will.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Diane on this report? Yanni?
I know it says that we've had lower than expected housing revenue, but I just want to be clear, that's not less money going into our maintenance for social housing. That's basically just a accounting thing because of the way in which the assets are being transferred to the trust.
And what isn't there, and I would expect to be seeing as well, is lower costs, because if the assets have been transferred out, there's obviously less maintenance to be done under the agreement as well.
Right.
There's a lot of money going into housing, as you'll have seen from the appendix, but that's really focusing on the work that's being done about making them warmer.
Yeah, but in regards to when the asset gets transferred to the trust, they then are able to get the income-related rents. Should that not result in us getting an increase in funding back?
Well, some does come back. I suspect the issue was that the timing between the budget being prepared and the transfer, I suspect there was a bit of a mismatch, and so that it's something I would expect to be seen clearer in the budget we're currently preparing.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And I just wanted to check on the sale of land to DCL. That's on 6.8 and 65. What is that? Is that
Milford Street.
Right. So is that CCHL funding DCL to buy it off us? So it's net. It's completely neutral.
We need to invest in CCHL equity, and they will fund the purchase.
So in terms of the rates impact, it's rates neutral, is it? We're paying ourselves. We're buying with one organisation, and
it's largely rates
paying
neutral.
the other.
Yes. If it's anything, it'll be a borrowing cost, not a rates cost.
Right.
You know, I mean, in the sense that 8 million of borrowing is very small rates impact.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Phil? You're all right? Okay, good. Thank you. Any further questions?
Good news.
All right. So can I have a mover for this report then, please? Jamie and Jimmy. All in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Moving on to item 10, the Community Facilities Earthquake Rebuild Programme bi-monthly update. Now, this has been coming, as the title would suggest, bi-monthly. This is the last time this will come bi-monthly. It'll come quarterly from this point onwards. This obviously started off as a large report with a lot in it. The longer we go on, the less there is to report in this report. So that's the thinking of just reducing the reporting frequency very slightly. So, Darren, welcome to the table. Are there any comments that you wanted to make on this report before we ask you some questions?
Just very briefly, a quick couple of headlines, and I support reducing this back and dovetailing it in quarterly to the capital program report. It's only about 10% of my overall program now, so support that. Some good news next week. At the Thomas Edmund Band Rotunda, we'll have a contractor on site, so that's work's going to start there, and I think that's a good sign of progress. Since I've been here last time, we opened the Riccarton Community Centre with great fanfare and success. It's been a good one to get over the line. And looking forward, in case I'm not back in time, Queen's birthday this year, the Opawa Public Library rebuild should also be complete as well. So that really is the last of the sort of significant large projects in the program. The remaining heritage projects are just a sort of a work in progress, so I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Darren on the report? Yanni.
Thanks. Do we know what's happening with Centennial
Centennial
Hall?
Hall, I'm going to refer that at the moment because John and I talked just ahead of coming into this meeting around where that fits with the Community Facilities Network Plan.
Haven't got much to report. The Spraydon Cashmere Community Board have asked for an update. We're preparing that update at the moment. It's a local facility in a local area, and we will be referring the decision making on that to that board. So it's a work in progress. At the moment, it's been secured and contained, and the ultimate future of that facility will be a board matter.
Thank you.
Right, okay, but there's no current budget attached to it.
At the moment, we've got an OPEX fund, which at the time supported the cost of demolition, repair and/or demolition of the facility. So I think we've got 600. Thank you, just enough at the moment. The initial costing on repairs to that facility to return it, I think we're well in excess of that.
Right. Okay. And I just wondered, in terms of Lancaster Park, I mean, we've kind of got it on the major facilities for the demolition.
Yes.
But we don't seem to have a project in terms of the reinstatement of the sport and rec ground. And given its historic status and also its significance, I just wondered whether there needs to be a kind of focus on that as a project in terms of the reinstatement.
I'm probably not in a position.
That doesn't form part of this programme of work, does it? This is
No,
outside of this programme.
it doesn't. It's a separate process, and I understand that my colleague Andrew Rutledge has briefed and reported to a committee on that. But I don't believe it's part of this programme. The ongoing development of that facility.
I know it's not. My question was, should it be to get it visibility in terms of getting reinstated?
Well, looking at the title of the report, Heritage Community Facilities and Heritage Earthquake Rebuild, the suggestion would, I imagine, be that it wouldn't form part of this programme of work and therefore not this report.
I'll find out. I'm happy to find out and give you an update on that. I know there was a closeout report due here shortly on the demolition component of the old AMI Stadium, Lancaster Park. So that may in fact answer some of those questions about what next.
Yeah,
as long as we know where it is
We were trying to
held.
get the information to inform the annual plan, so that the draft annual plan, so that we could make budget decisions. We've just had a finance report that's talked about some of the financial aspects of it. We still don't have the closeout report. I understand it's coming next month. That's pretty much going to be too late for the community to make informed submissions to our annual plan. But you know, I think the key thing is going forward, just having visibility around what work needs to happen to get it, you know, delivered in terms of that earthquake rebuild, if you like, of that community facility.
I am happy to find out.
Yeah.
Yep, and if you're able to report that back, that would be fantastic. The closeout report, of course, will relate to the demolition project.
Exactly.
What
That's my
comes
concern.
next is what you're talking about, and it's important that we do focus on that, obviously. But I would imagine the closeout report to focus purely on the demolition. Any further questions? Pauline and then Jimmy. Pauline.
I want to clarify something in the report on page 88 regarding the St Albans Community Centre. And it says a temporary facility has been located on site to provide a facility for the new community and until the construction of facility is scheduled. But that was removed.
Sorry, yeah, that's well out of date. That was
a
the
long time ago, so they've got
apologies
nothing.
for that. Yep.
I think it's important that that's not there because it's they haven't had anything for I think it might be almost 2 years, just off the top of my head. And it's because it was probably removed a little bit early. Nobody's fault, it's just the way the project got delayed. But as the report says, that was the old existing facility that was lost in the 2010 quake was due to be extended and expanded to the tune of about $3 million then. So they have waited a long time for this. It'll be 10 years by the time they get it. So I just wanted that clarified.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Jimmy.
On page 83, this 5.3 under budget. This one mainly is affected by the payment schedule or by the behind the progress or similar.
So talked to that before, but just again to clarify, the contingency sums around the project sit outside in a program contingency fund, and at the moment we're tracking, we've got $5 million available to complete the rest of the program. The majority of the risk relates to South Library, which we're starting work on now. We're working with a budget there that's up to now 4 years old. So we're revisiting all of the existing plans, the QS costings, the escalation price, and a lot of that risk is assigned to South Library. So you'll receive updates around how that's tracking once we know more about South Library.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? Yanni.
There was thank you for the the detailed report. Just in regards to the Linwood Library, where you've got removed from program, I mean it's good because we know that it's removed from this program, but it just lacks the kind of what's actually happening, and I wondered if there could just be some additional text put in. There is a process underway to determine the future of that, and I think it's really important with the community when they read these reports, they don't just see, oh, nothing's happening, because there is something, as I understand it, underway.
So an update on Linwood Library.
Well, I think just maybe just if the text could be amended or something could be added, that just showed that there is another process by which that will be considered.
Yep, no problem.
I think that's good. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so I'm happy to move that we receive the information in this report. Do I have a seconder? Pauline Cotter. All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. And now moving to item 11. Peter, this sees you back at the table. The LTP 2021 programme update for February. If you'd like to make some comments on this first of all, and then we'll move through it.
Okay. Right now, the LTP program is on track and progressing well. The next month will probably be the acid test though, because that is when a number of key presentations and briefings come to councillors to seek direction on things like the financial strategy. You had the infrastructure strategy earlier this week. So you'll have the financial strategy discussion, which Diane will use to build the financial strategy. You'll have capital prioritisation towards the end of the month on how do we prioritise the capital program over the life of the LTP. So that's essentially, in round figures, $500 million times 10 years. So it's a $5 billion methodology to be happy with or to fine-tune. What I'm trying to say is that those discussions where you provide a steer to staff this month are critical to whether the LTP can be delivered in draft form by June. If staff have a clear understanding of what they need to build, that June date will be safe. But if they don't, it'll be difficult. So that's probably the key risk on the horizon. At the moment, we're fine, but that's the shape of things to come. I probably won't line by line the update there. There is some ambers around asset plans and around the capital program development process. The explanations are pretty clear. What I would foreshadow, if you just bear with me for a moment, I've talked about the FS on the 24th of March briefing, capital prioritisation towards the end of the month. There's also a need to be very committed and confirmed about LTP timings with council. What traditionally happens, and has happened in every LTP that we've ever done, is that urgent things bump the LTP and we end up in backlog. And that backlog is a penalty for you because you end up with long sessions that you don't really need. The whole point was to do little and often. So the LTP is in the unfortunate position of being important but not urgent. And so it gets bumped. So there's a need to lock those time slots down with council. And lastly, EAG, the External Advisory Group, meets for the first time on the 18th. My understanding is that that's a meet and greet for the members and for them to start to talk about what their program of work might look like. So that's the status of the project at the moment, and the risks are the ones that I just outlined.
Thank you. So we're ahead of where we have been before. It's good to have the EAG in place. Obviously, the two previous decisions made at this committee around the appointment of the chair and the members of the EAG, and it's good to hear that they've got a meeting date in the diary very soon. It's also, I mean, whilst you've identified a risk, it's good that that's a risk that's within our control as a group of governors. Clearly, there's a schedule of briefings coming up where staff are intending taking guidance from elected members. Really just to stress that those briefings are very important. The guidance that staff need, obviously, is key to the way that they, as Peter has said, continue to build the LTP from there. So it's really good to get the diary populated with those early. They're, as I understand it, mainly going to be on Tuesdays, which are set aside for briefings in any case. But attendance at those briefings is going to be essential if we're going to get all of those issues raised as they need to be, so that staff can take into account any matters that we want them to do further work on and the guidance that we're giving. Chief Executive, did you have some further comment on that?
I do, Chair. We have agreed as a collective, as governance and management, that we are approaching the LTP process earlier and co-producing that together. I cannot stress enough the requirement of attendance of members at those meetings. We are working very hard to take your views on board. I need you there. If I don't have all those voices, then the LTP will not be as good as you or I want it to be, and I can't be any clearer than that.
Thank you. Leanne.
Just and congratulations on how far you've come. You know, it is such a substantial difference from where we've been in the past. And I think just to highlight the EAG appointment timetable, you know, the late appointment last time and the late provision of their advice and support into the LTP process itself meant that they were reporting after we'd gone out for public consultation rather than being an input into it. So really appreciate the update on that. And I guess just the question, I mean, I know that it's impossible to say, can we please not have any emergencies or crises or disasters befall our city over the next few months, because those are the sorts of things that push this to one side.
Yes.
So you're suggesting that even in the context of something urgent happening or a crisis occurring, that we maintain the commitment to meeting the timetable for the briefings, so that we're continually feeding into the process, so that when it comes time for the consideration of a draft LTP, which we can start to socialise publicly a lot earlier than we were able to last time, then that we've really got to make that commitment to do so regardless of what happens.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that's floods, fire, doesn't matter.
Noted.
Okay. So you just make sure there aren't any. Right. Okay.
Thank you. Just on the question of alignment, obviously there are a number of pieces of work that need to come together as we form the draft LTP, and there's a need for alignment around timing and a joined-up approach. Peter, you're confident that the infrastructure strategy, the service plans and the asset management plans are all going to converge into the one place at the right time?
Yeah, the purpose of 1 June, when those products are designed to be available, is to be realistic. They probably won't be perfectly aligned at that point. They will have been built more or less as components. But the purpose of having 6 months up our sleeve was then to test the alignment. Yep. Actually, building things in a silo is pretty easy. It's the alignment that's the hard bit, because they're very chicken and egg, and the moment you tweak one thing, it has impact somewhere else. That cause and effect is the hard bit. And to be honest, we've almost never got to that part, because we've been so just in time that just having the components was the bar. But this is now a more sophisticated level where we've got, if all goes well, we have 6 months to test that alignment, and as councillors make changes, to ripple that through joined up components. That's new territory for us. So what I'm trying to say is, come 1 June, you'll have the components. But whether they're all joined up perfectly, I'd be surprised if they all are.
Yep, but then obviously that's the purpose of those briefings and the opportunity for feedback and input, and the luxury of time. So the key message is we're ahead of this, but we need to work to make sure that we stay ahead of it and use the time that we've created to really do work in more detail than we've done in LTP processes before.
That's right.
Thank you. Further questions? Yanni.
Thanks. I just had 2 questions. One is, do you think we've enabled sufficient time for the community boards to be engaged? I see there's only 2 kind of briefings with them.
Well, they're going to be engaged at the pre-engagement process, so this year. They'll be engaged in the draft process towards the end of this year, and they'll be engaged again during the formal consultation process. So we can build more in, but there's actually never been this level of engagement with them before, including Mr. Phil Sell's very detailed process around aligning their community plans with before the draft LTP occurs. So we've never actually been as far into the game as we are on this one. And I don't know if John wants to speak to that, but there's a lot of thinking about how to get those community plans into the build of the LTP, as opposed to trying to make a draft respond to those plans and hammer a square peg into a round hole.
Right. Okay. So that's good to get that clarity. So the community boards need to really focus on the community board plans to inform the LTP.
Correct.
Stuff they want to do ahead of that. Obviously, we've got a year,
Yes.
a year and a half. That just needs to be through a separate process.
Well, that's right, but the plans are, I believe, John's primary mechanism for the board's influence on the draft LTP.
That's good to know. And then the second question was just, I'm still sort of not sure. You've got a section on strategy, planning and policy, but I still don't quite have a picture of all the implementation plans that we've committed to as part of all the strategies that we've recently developed. When are we likely to get some sense of what those commitments are at a very high level, and whether there's any opportunity to just reflect on that direction, or whether it needs to be amended given the resource it may require?
Look, it may be for Brendan to field. And my understanding is there's an update coming on the strategy and policy work program, which is not that is this year as of now, but that could have a bearing on the LTP discussions. So I don't know, Brendan, if you want to speak to the update. It's pretty soon, isn't it?
And that will include the implementation plans and timeframes.
So we're proposing an update with a workshop style format with councillors. So we'll be able to talk about all those issues at that time. I think it's scheduled for the 24th of March off the top of my head.
Okay, cool. And so just the final clarification on that. So things like the integrated water strategy, that will be part of that in terms of the commitments that we've made, how we're tracking, and what the resource required is to deliver. Is that kind of as an example?
No, we're not proposing to get to the level of detail about workshopping each of the how you give effect to a strategy, but I think that's something that we should talk about on the day.
Thank you, and that's coming up soon. So now I've got Sam, Sarah and Jimmy. Sam.
Sure, like mine was only a bit of feedback, and I don't know if it's better directed at Leanne or Dawn, but maybe on those briefing days, given the importance of the LTP, we do it first up in the morning. So after informal launch, straight into it, given the significance of it. I always find that's more effective.
I've already made a note, which I'll be discussing with the Chief Executive, around highlighting what briefings are coming up and when they're going to be. But the reality is Tuesdays are set aside for briefings anyway. But yeah, to get these in the diary early so that people can know that they're coming and prepare for them would be good.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like in any agenda or anything, you normally put the most important things at the beginning of the day. So I would like to see that if we can.
Let's have a look at whether that can be accommodated.
It's not about not being there, it's about the focus.
I'm sure we can accommodate that, though everybody thinks everything's important.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on other matters that need to be brief timetables when we've got externals coming. There are a number of factors that come into play. But, yeah, certainly making it easier for people to know what's coming up and so that we get full attendance is key, as we've heard. Thank you. Sarah. All right, thank you. Jimmy and then Anne.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding to the work streams, the item 6, activities plans. At the moment, how many the activity plans?
There's about 27, 28, I think, from memory.
All those the activity plan, whether it's all on the long-term plan, the calendar, particular focus on the page 115 and 116, these 2 pages. So give the mayor and councillor will have opportunity to review those one. Whether like a library, the solid waste, assisted housing, whether that's part of this activity plan.
Yes, those are all activity plans, and the schedule is there on your report. That's been through the LTP project team, and the CEO recommended it come here.
Yes.
So that there's certainty about what you'll be reviewing and when. Yes. So that if a councillor has a particular interest in a particular activity, they know what date it will be on months out.
Okay, so it's under this 2 pages the schedule.
Yes, it gives you the date, even the amount of time set aside.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anne.
Just a quick question. Unfortunately, I was in Dunedin yesterday and missed the workshop. Is there an opportunity that those of us who weren't there could have a catch-up?
Yes, we can set something up.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, so I'm happy to move this report. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy Chen. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Now, that brings us to...
excuse me, can I just interrupt briefly?
Please do.
You asked in the previous 2 items ago about Tuam Street brick barrel, and the particular question was where I got the date from. Hereford Street.
Yeah.
The Hereford Street, where in the first report, it had December 20 target completion, and in the next report it had November 20.
The answer is that the date did come from the capital project management system. So I'll have to find out why.
Yeah.
My understanding was that both dates were December and that the assurance was verbal around November, but I'll confirm.
Yeah, yeah, all right. If we can get that confirmation back, that would be great. Thank you. Right, now that brings us to just before 11 o'clock. So let's now break for morning tea. We need to be back by 11:15. So let's take a 15-minute break for morning tea, but let's be ready to start at bang on 11:15, where we'll be considering item 18, council-controlled organisations. All right, thank you. We'll adjourn the That brings us to item 18, which we'd agreed to do at 11:15 so that external people were able to attend. So this is the half-year performance reports for council-controlled organisations. Now, there are a number of councillors who've indicated conflicts of interest here. They're noted already. And we'll just deal with that in terms of the way that we vote on these at the end, or perhaps just note the conflicts as we vote on the whole lot as a package. So, Linda Gibb, if I could invite you to the table, and Joanna from Christchurch NZ is also here as well. Joanna, if you'd like to come forward to the table. Linda, maybe you've got some general comments that you'd like to make first, and then my understanding is we've got a presentation from Christchurch NZ, and then we can ask any questions. Maybe we'll just go through each of them individually when we get to questions, and then we'll just move second and pass the whole lot at once. That's great. So, Linda, any opening remarks?
The half-year reports that are here are the ones that we received earlier than they needed to come, so they've made it into this committee meeting. There are a couple more that will come to the next committee meeting, which are Rod Donald Trust, Central Plains Water Trust and CCHL. And then at next month's meeting there will also be the SOIs, Statements of Intent, for all of the CCOs. Just thought I'd mention that forward trajectory. These reports here, I'll let Christchurch New Zealand talk to its one. We've got Civic Building Limited, who are now returning a positive NPAT for the first time, and that's largely due to the repayment of debt that has lowered their financing costs. Rickett and Bush Trust, who in the first half have had a significant one-off donation of $34,000 that's helped them with their funding, but the major thing for them is that a large number, 5 I think, of their projects will come to an end at the end of this financial year, and we're talking to them about, as part of their SOI, what they're looking at for the next financial year. And the other curious thing is that there's a significant downturn in visitor numbers to the house in Bush, to the house actually. I think it's about 30% down over last year, or over target, one of the two. The trust manager has been away, and I need to follow that up with her to try and check that. It seems quite an aberration from what you might expect. Bearing in mind this is for the period ending December 2019. Cafe has a residual balance of $57,000, but we're advised that it will be wound up by financial year end. And the local government funding agency, the key thing to note, I guess, is that loans to the council amount to $10 billion. Loans to councils, all councils, are around the 10 billion mark, which is $1 billion up from the same period last year, 2018. And that's a rough summary of each and every one, apart from Christchurch, New Zealand.
All right, that's great. So thanks for that. What we'll do is hear from Christchurch NZ next, and then take any questions on the Christchurch NZ report, and then I'll check if there are any questions on the other reports one at a time that, Linda, you might be able to answer if indeed there are. And then obviously we'll move on from there. So Joanna, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. We've got the half-year performance report for Christchurch NZ, and we've got obviously a visual presentation that you're going to speak to now. So thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. We just want to say again how much we do enjoy these updates and appreciate the opportunity to outline the work that we do on your behalf. And whilst I have Linda sitting beside me, at the risk of embarrassing her, I do also want to acknowledge the work that Linda does to support our team. We have a seamless working relationship with the Finance and Performance team, and it's important to acknowledge that. Right. So we're just going to quickly whip through the current state of the economy, and this, noting that this report is up to the end of December. It does feel like a lifetime ago, but as a consequence of the reporting timeframes, that's the period that we're talking to you about today. We're also going to whip through some of the highlights of our business attraction work, our destination attraction work, city promotion, and then looking ahead and a short summary of our financial position. So with respect to the economy, we are still, for the period, in a marginally positive growth position, but we are seeing growth continue to decline as we come off the back of the rebuild stimulus and face a number of headwinds that are facing our economy. And I'll speak in particular to coronavirus at the end of this presentation. Our unemployment continues to track broadly in line with the national average. Some quarters it's slightly above, some slightly below, but broadly in line with the national average. Our wage growth, though, continues to outpace our cost of living, and that is significant because it means that Christchurch people continue to have more money, more disposable income in comparison to their counterparts in other cities. We are continuing to see positive growth in visitor spend and visitor numbers, but we are facing some significant headwinds, and notably coronavirus and also some other macroeconomic trends. Our retail growth is continuing within the central city, which continues to indicate that as the offering grows in the central city, people are responding to that, but it is an area that we need to keep a very careful focus on. And we're seeing city vacancy levels declining, again, because of the positive offering that we have in the central city. I will come back to coronavirus, but will note that visitor guest nights are slightly lower than last year, and we are seeing some continued pressures in that area. And in terms of long-term macroeconomic trends, the continued ageing of our workforce and our population overall continues to present a challenge for us and reinforces the need to continue to focus on long-term economic transformation. Turning to the central city, as you can see there, we are still partway through our recovery. On the right-hand side is the graph which shows central city retail spend in comparison to spend across the rest of the city, and you can see our central city is recovering at a positive rate, but we've still got a reasonable way to go in terms of both population and employment within the central city. Apologies, too fast. That's what we do after work, all of us, I'm sure. That's actually an image from a campaign that we ran in Auckland, which was speaking to both the positive business opportunities and lifestyle opportunities we have here in Christchurch, but also the access to the wonderful outdoors and recreational opportunities that we have here. Turning to business attraction, we have been going through a reasonably significant request for proposal to be the head office for the New Zealand Institute of Skills and Technology. We successfully made our way through the first round, and then earlier this week we hosted the procurement and assessment panel here in Christchurch, and we took them on a famil of the city that was a really significant program of work. We had enormous support from right across the city leadership, from Ngāi Tahu, who were extremely supportive, and also the education sector and priority learners. It was an incredibly successful trip, and the panel have given us excellent feedback. We will keep you updated on that bid, but it is really a significant program of work if we are able to attract the headquarters of the New Zealand Institute of Skills and Technology. We've also been engaged with IKEA for the past year and a half, and you will have seen the announcement recently by the Chief Executive that there would be an IKEA based here in Christchurch. We have been actively working with IKEA to identify potential sites, and we've got the procurement team here again in April to lock down exactly what their needs are and the kind of site they are looking for. Their needs have changed over the last 18 months based on their experience in Auckland, and again we'll keep you up to date on the likely location of an IKEA store. We've also been working with a number of corporates, and one of those is Vodafone, who have made a commitment through an MOU to Christchurch being one of the first rollouts for 5G, and they've also located their call centre here in Christchurch. We're really pleased with how the conversation's going with Vodafone, and they are committed to running their Centre for Internet of Things from here in Christchurch. And moving now to destination and attraction is our GM of Marketing, Brand and Communications, Tim Loftus.
Kia ora, everyone. Just jumping straight in here, one of the biggest events that happened over the course of this period obviously was the securing of the Women's Cricket World Cup, which I guess you all know intimately now. And Obviously, one thing that we're looking forward to is potentially hosting the final here. So the big numbers here, obviously, is that the event is expecting 15,000 additional visitor nights and $3 million of visitor spending. I also put it in here just to highlight that the women's game is actually on the rise in a big way globally, and the 2017 ICC World Cup actually was a global audience of 180 million people into 189 different markets. So quite an exciting opportunity for us to profile our city. Also during this time period, last time we were here, we already talked quite a lot about each of these, but I guess the activity over the spring promotion bridges both quarters. So the results on all these campaigns was quite successful, as we mentioned on our last report. Essentially, this was an establishment of a spring proposition. So the idea that Christchurch owns spring, this is the clear and obvious destination in New Zealand to enjoy that season, and be able to put an umbrella campaign across a wide variety of activities going on in the city, inclusive of major events, but also some of the community events that can help drive visitation, was the strategy behind Bloom. And also, as you know, we've reworked the Lantern Festival into the South Island Moon Festival to help drive increased visitor spend in a shoulder month as opposed to in the busiest part of our year. And then finally, the Explore Antarctica program, which is essentially the Antarctic season opening that was formerly out at the airport, and now we're bringing back into the central city as a resident engagement play. So all these parts, essentially continual reinforcement of that spring proposition, and one that we're looking forward to further developing. This is a quick snapshot of the work that the Convention Bureau has been doing. This period was insanely busy for the team, primarily because obviously of Tapai coming open, but also the unfortunate incident in Auckland for the Convention Bureau, Convention Center fire up there. So the phones are ringing off the hook, but this just gives you a quick snapshot of about $8 million of economic impact and almost 7 million estimated delegate visitors. Moving into city promotion, our ongoing perceptions research. So we actually did our second quarterly deep dive on perceptions. Quite a robust analysis of under 40s. As you know, this is a key target audience for us, particularly for talent attraction, but also for retention. One of the biggest pain points we had in our initial analysis of city perceptions was actually our resident base. The under 40 residents were significant detractors. And what we found over the course of the 6-month period is a dramatic increase in resident advocacy. So you can see that top line number of NPS being +4. In our first research dip in the first round, it was -18. So over that 6-month period, we've seen really a watershed moment for the young people in our city being advocates and supporting what we do. I will point out, though, that there is still quite a significant need. There are almost equal amount of detractors as advocates. So we need to keep pushing hard and obviously do a deep dive analysis on a variety of different markets, audiences, including the young folks. Over this period, we also launched a project that we had been working on for nearly 10 months, which is the new ChristchurchNZ.com. This is an amalgamation of 12 different websites through the merger of a variety of different organizations that created Christchurch NZ. So it's quite a difficult project, but now we have this beautiful and very cutting-edge website that has a lot of opportunity for us for both the visitor and business audiences, and also an amazing resource for our residents to find a central location for a variety of different events and reports as we move. Last point on promotion here is the American Airlines campaign. So working closely with the airport, obviously we're working really tightly with the American Airlines on this incredible new connection we have in October. And American Airlines are immensely excited about this new destination. So our favorite shot is that that billboard photo of our backyard here in Christchurch. That's right outside LAX. And a variety of other pieces that you'll see, in fact, including the American Airways document down the bottom right there, which is in-flight magazine cover, which is currently in the airplanes at the moment. We also got quite a lot of long-form video that will be living on their in-flight entertainment all year long. So genuine excitement from the American Airlines connection. 42 different cities in the U.S. are now only 2 flights away to Christchurch in the South Island, and something we see as a massive opportunity moving forward. And then lastly, I wanted to call out some of the work that we've been doing with the Central City Business Association. So as you'd all know, what we're really trying to focus on is a unified promotion of the Central City. So over the last year and a half, 2 years, we've done a lot of work in trying to get the residents to re-engage with the Central City. And our work with the Central City Business Association is essentially in hopes of essentially stimulating and upskilling the business community to try and take on a little bit more accountability around this campaign work and put a unified brand around the Central City proposition to get the residents back into town and engaging with the heart of the city.
Right, thank you, Tim. Now, also in the quarter, we've done a lot of work around transforming the cost base within our eyesight. This is in response to an unacceptably high cost base for the eyesight, which required a subsidy that we couldn't sustain, and excuse me, and also declining foot traffic as the business model changes from bricks and mortar to digital booking. So this work allows us to reduce our subsidy to around $150,000 per year, whilst also better supporting our tourism businesses and ensuring that we're better able to sell their product. We're really happy with the cost transformation work that we've done there and the impact it's had on the sustainability of the eyesight in Worcester Boulevard. Also within the quarter, we delivered or supported a significant number of major events, in addition to those that Tim has mentioned through Bloom, the others listed up there. And then looking ahead, we are continuing to work on trends and to understand the impact of coronavirus on trends, which is due to be hosted in May. And we will keep you updated on this event and the impact that the coronavirus will have with respect to Trends 2020. Shifting to the coronavirus then, we are seeing now reasonably significant impacts of coronavirus on our local economy, and that's in line with the national situation, which is the government's scenario 2, and scenario 2 being that we are expecting to have an economic impact of coronavirus for at least a year. So what we're seeing is reporting back from our businesses that we're seeing reduced cash flow for some businesses. We understand that some businesses are now in a position where they are needing to lay off some staff. Our exporters are having trouble reaching one of their major markets in some circumstances, and even if they can get their goods to China, distribution within China is proving a challenge for some businesses. Some of our manufacturers are reporting shortages in some product that is produced within Hubei province in particular, but also China more broadly. And we are seeing some reports of retail down as a consequence of reduced visitor numbers. Now, it's certainly not panic stations at this point, and we are not yet able to quantify the GDP impact because of the lag in reporting times. But what we do know is that total visitor arrivals into New Zealand are down 11%, and that tourism represents around 6% of New Zealand's overall GDP, with the South Island notably exposed. So we are expecting that when we do get the data, that we will start to see an impact flow through, and we will keep this group up to date once we get that data. In terms of our response, we have been working closely with the New Zealand government to attract additional resource to allow us to respond to this. We have successfully secured $250,000 from the New Zealand government to support increased visitor marketing, and Tim and his team are currently planning the launch of a new campaign which will launch in autumn to promote visitation into Christchurch and the South Island from the North Island. We're working on increased activity with American Airlines, and we're working with Tourism New Zealand to do some additional work into the Australian market. We're also looking at reshaping the South Island Moon Festival to really focus on that welcome back to our Chinese visitors, and we've had a number of really positive discussions with China Southern in relation to that, as well as other Chinese partners, and we're keeping in very close, almost daily contact with the Chinese consulate, as are the team here at Civic and International. With respect to our business community, we have put in an application to MBIE alongside the Chamber of Commerce and the Ngaitahu Tribal Economies team for some additional support for local businesses, and we're hoping to hear back on that this week, and again we'll keep you updated. So as I say, it's not panic stations, but we are starting to see the impact flow through, as is the national economy, and we are expecting that this will have a lasting impact on our economy, though not necessarily beyond that duration of about a year. And then very briefly, what happened Financial summary. We are operating within budget for the period, and our levels of service are on track. We're expecting to deliver to our levels of service by year end. The only one that we have some concern around at this point is the foot traffic through the eyesight, and that is simply a consequence of a changing business model, but we are looking at what additional marketing support we can put in place to mitigate that. So at this point, you have every reassurance that those levels of service will be delivered and that we will continue to operate within budget for the full fiscal. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, and thanks very much indeed for the presentation. Now let's just move through these reports one at a time. So Christchurch NZ first. Are there any questions on the report or on what we've heard in the presentation for Joanna? Leanne.
That in terms of government support that's been considered for the support of businesses that are affected by the coronavirus, I mean, I think we've all seen demonstrated in a number of restaurants, for example, that numbers are well down with group tours cancelled, and you know, so how are you working with Inland Revenue? I think they're the primary focus of talking to businesses at the moment. I'm just not 100% sure who's leading that work. And are you sort of inputting into that in terms of the support for our local businesses that are affected?
Yes, both we and the Chamber are, and we're working also with a national advisory group where we have a teleconference every week where we continue to report the impact. The actual active engagement is directly with central government, so we're not physically visiting those stores ourselves. That's the responsibility of central government through MSD and Inland Revenue.
Yeah, but, I mean, the reason I asked is because after the earthquakes, you know, a collaborative arrangement through the EDA and the Chamber actually led the recovery, the business recovery work, and it was, I thought, an extremely effective and positive way of working. But I'm taking great comfort from what you've said, because you've said that the two of you are working together with central government.
Yeah, so further to that, the support package that we've put through to MB that we're expecting to hear back on this week uses exactly that model.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Tim.
Thank you. Two quick questions. The first one is the eyesight. So although, you know, a lot of the effects from the corona will be the tour groups, which probably don't go to the eyesight that much, but there must be some of the downturn effects from that at the eyesight. So is that kind of being prepared?
We're not seeing it flow through the trading figures yet, partly because we did the cost control work just prior to coronavirus, so we've seen such an uplift as a consequence of that I'm not seeing a negative impact. We did see when the travel ban was put in place in the first week or so, we had some Chinese visitors who had to change bookings, and so we had a very busy period in that time. So I think time will tell on that one, Tim.
Okay, thank you. The second one is the numbers from -18 to +4 perception in the central. That is really outstanding in the 6 months. I mean, it can't be understated. Do you think with the change of brand and the style that you're delivering, the Bloom Festival and things like that, that has helped that refreshing, you know, like the buskers, etc.?
We would love to take full credit for it, but this really is a collective effort across the city, and I think the work that all of the agencies, but also the private sector, are doing is helping change that perception. But we're very proud to market it on your behalf.
Yeah, cool, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got Jimmy, Yanni, and then Anne. Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned particularly the trends, the event, international conference, because your presentation particular emphasize would like to still going on, will be held on the 18th to 21st of May. But I'm concerned because some international airlines has been still shut down, you know, like China Airlines will be recovered at the end of June. Maybe some of the key visitors will partake this event. It's possible can reconsider, maybe postpone, or you have already, you know, to engage with those kind of international visitors, because I'm concerned whether more or less will affect our performance or quality of this event.
We share your concerns, Jimmy.
Yeah. The other ones, I would like to follow the name. Questions, you know, because the Christchurch NZ, one of the function you are kind of establish those economic strategy, etc. But regarding to this coronavirus outbreak continually, whether you have already just in Canterbury region area engage with those the key stakeholders, like Canterbury Union, Lincoln, or maybe the CECC or the CCBA or some other the key agency, how to overcome this difficulty, particular focus on the hospitality, tourism, and the education.
We're working with all of our stakeholders on this, including hospitality and the visitor sector and also the tertiaries. Yep.
Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. Several questions. Thank you for the report, and it's always really nice to get the presentation to accompany it. For the events that you've supported on page 170 of our report, I think previously we've asked if we could just get a little bit more detailed information, like what was the level of investment versus the return, so we can see, because it's quite hard just looking at it to kind of understand, what the impact of those events have been and the value that's provided. So I just wondered if that could be, if there was another way that we could get that information, if some of it's sensitive, I'm not sure.
No, it's not. We absolutely do. Well, the investment is at times commercially sensitive, but the return on investment we calculate, and we'd be happy to supply that through our quarterly reporting.
So things like the Bloom, the rebranding, like what do you have any sense of how that was received, how those events performed? I'd love to ask you about Bread and Circus, but I know that's not the quarter that you're reporting on.
Yeah. Next quarter, you'll have your chance.
Yeah, and we can actually include the full campaign and event report within the quarterly as an appendix with all the detail.
Okay, cool. You talk about business attraction, and it's great to see you working with IKEA, but I guess I'm really interested to understand what you're doing in regards to business retention. So is there a work program underway around that, or and then related to that, also with business attraction, how are you looking at areas that have got significant economic issues in terms of matching the attraction to where the need is for the jobs?
So our business growth team are partly responsible for business retention, although that hasn't been a critical factor for Christchurch, though it may become so in the future. The business growth team go into a business, they will do a needs assessment, and then they provide them with vouchers and support contact with the appropriate professional services to address the business needs that they've identified. And we do that with around 550 businesses per year, and we're also moving to a key account management process where some of the big businesses that we know may have particular needs, we're putting a one-on-one business advisor with those people.
And what about in terms of jobs and areas that are losing jobs? What's been done?
Can you be more specific about your question?
There's some geographic areas of the city, with the development of iZone, for example, a number of jobs moving from east to west or further out to Canterbury out of Christchurch, and I just wondered what the strategy is, if there's a strategy to address that.
Yeah, we are acutely conscious that there has been a westward flow of business concentration. At this point, we don't play a role in addressing that flow, but it's certainly, we're currently in our business planning, we're certainly looking at what our long-term intervention should be, and we're happy to continue to consider that.
And just the final question was in regards to the COVID-19. Obviously, it's quite concerning. Just in terms of the assistance that's being sought, is that financial support for the businesses, or is it more professional services?
A mixture of the two. So as Leanne alluded to, there are support mechanisms available through both MSD for staff and from IRD for businesses, but often they actually just need support in terms of how to continue operating through this period, so it's connection with professional services. So it depends on the needs of the business. I don't understand the question, sorry.
The detail, it's been submitted to government, it hasn't been
It hasn't been approved yet. We're expecting to hear back this week.
Once it's approved, then we would get more details about what
it's a reasonably straightforward process, though. The model is that a coordinator is employed through the subsidy from central government, and then that coordinator works with individual businesses to assess their needs and to connect them with the right government service.
Thank you. So now I've got Anne and then James. Anne.
Thank you. Nice to see you all. A couple of things. First of all, the eyesight. I was able to go and visit the other day with the Mayor of Adelaide, Central Adelaide, and she was really impressed with what she saw there. One of the two things we noticed was there's a big map on the wall, and it's sort of Christchurch, and it's got things, highlights, and one of them is heritage, and I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity to get a heritage trail going in the central city. I think there's a lot of interest. I mean, she and staff actually said that they were also asked that often. So that's one thing. But secondly, volunteers, you know, going out and about and doing the whole hosting thing, you know, how can we help, and directing people into the eyesight. Is there an opportunity for that to happen? I'm sure you will have investigated that, but I think that people would be very keen to get involved.
Yeah, we have had ambassador programs in the past. Currently it's cost prohibitive within the resources that we have available to the eyesight, and whilst you will say, but they're volunteers, they do actually take a lot of resource to coordinate the volunteers, and that's an additional head count that we can't employ at the moment. But we are working through an ambassador program that reaches far more people, and I'll get Tim just you briefly to speak to that.
Yeah, with regard to the insight on lack of advocacy, the ambassador program has been really about finding the right voices that can speak on behalf of the city. So it's less of hosts on the ground in the streets, but more about optimizing the voice of the residents or influential voices around the city through our campaign work and our always on channels, and also sharing that through stakeholder groups. So we have that going for our destination and tourism proposition, but also for the business and business attraction play. So. Yeah, we feel as though that ambassador engagement will actually feed more closely back to our direct KPIs, but a broader engagement play outside of the eyesight has always been a discussion point. I probably should mention too on the heritage trail component, we are at the moment we're through the process of building a new destination plan, which is very acute, specific actions that we're going to be working on to highlight the differentiation of Christchurch and what it is that is unique and exciting for a visitor. And a lot of the work that comes off of that will, I think, inform the likes of trail development and also inform ambassador and content as well. Yeah.
That sounds great. And finally, just, I've forgotten what, oh yeah. Have you ever done any survey in terms of retail hours in the city? Changing the retail out, you know, that people, I'm often in the city about 5:30 at night, 6:30, and there's nothing happening, but there are a lot of people wandering around. So is there any appetite to actually change retail hours for trading?
We wouldn't drive that, but we would expect the CCBA to. Yeah.
Be good for you, I mean, could you possibly do a survey of residents, see if there is a demand for that, because that's the argument that's often put forward, that residents wouldn't support it.
I think the council-led resident perception survey would be the appropriate place to ask that question. Yeah, because it reaches a larger sample.
Great, thank you. James.
Kia ora, thanks for the report. It's really comprehensive and brings a degree of confidence. This is a criticism. This is not a criticism, it's a question. The image that we had at LAX with Christchurch, welcome to Christchurch, or I can't remember what it said, was Milford Sound. What was that?
You're right. It is. So American Airlines selected that image, and the point being that Christchurch is the gateway to the South Island. And that's one of the iconic images that Americans immediately recognise.
Right, okay, cool.
Thank you. All right, so Joanna, thank you very much indeed for the presentation, and to you and Tim for making yourselves available to answer questions today. Certainly appreciated, and I think it's very valuable as well. Yeah, I mean, coronavirus clearly is a concern, but it's good to hear that you and other agencies are obviously taking it very seriously, trying the best that you can to get ahead of it and the issues that are likely to come from it. And obviously we'd appreciate being kept informed with any progress in that regard. But there's also quite a lot of good news in this report as well. I mean, the American Airlines poster, the fact that we're getting that kind of promotion at LAX is just fantastic. And, you know, the fact that Christchurch and an amazing image are up there where all of those people are seeing it is just fantastic. And also the level of confidence and advocacy from city residents around the central city is also another positive that came out of the report for me. So now realising that we've got a few more of these reports to go through, what I'm going to do is to take questions on all of them, if indeed there are any, and then we'll move the whole lot at once at the end. So thanks very much to the representatives from Christchurch NZ for joining us today. That's great. So Linda, back to you really, just in case there are any questions on the other report. So do councillors have any questions on Civic Building Limited, on Rickett and Bush Trust, on Christchurch Agency for Energy, or on LGFA? All right, great. So that now means that we're in a position where somebody can move these. What I intend to do is just take the whole lot at once, but obviously the conflicts have been noted. So Tim, you're someone who's not on any of the boards of these organisations, so Tim will move, and Melanie will second. Is there any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now that brings us to 10 to 12. So let's now jump back to the closeout report on, where are we? Item 12, the closeout report for the council voice upgrade project. So if we can bring staff for this one to the table. Now, maybe we can get this done by about 12 o'clock, 12:05. If we can, that would be great. If we can't, we may need to break this item so that we can then move to the loan application Canterbury Cricket Trust item while we've got the people that we need in the room. Let's see how quickly we can get through this one. So item 12, closeout report for council voice upgrade. Penny, thank you for joining us. Are there any comments that you wanted to make on this report, and then we'll move to some questions?
Okay, so good morning, councillors. I'm Penny Truslow. I'm the team leader for capital projects in the IT group. So I'm going to take that you've all read the IT closure report, and I'd just like to cover off some of the content, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. So the key objective of this project was to replace the existing old ageing phone system. It was end of life, and we needed to replace it with a modern digital solution that had, better functionality and some cost benefits. It also addressed an emerging risk with the old phone system where getting replacement parts and replacement models of desk phones was becoming hard. At a high level, the project delivered on time and within the planned budget. It also it delivered the benefits that were identified when we started this project. At the close of the project, we did a lessons learnt with both project staff, and we got user feedback. One of the key takeaways was that using floor walkers during the rollout actually helped end users with the new technology. All the other lessons learnt have been captured, and prior to any start of a similar project, we will review these so that we can learn from it. The initial customer survey, you've got the results in the closure report. As you can see, the solution wasn't well received, not as well received as we hoped for. As we dug into this, it became apparent that staff were missing the physical nature of a phone on the desk. Instead of, the new solution was a headset plugged into the desktop. The technology is working well, but the change has taken longer than was originally thought. As of last month, we did roll out another survey to gauge user understanding of the engagement and whether they've taken it on and using the latest features and functionality. We will analyse that survey and we can come back to you with some results. The highlight though of the project was we engaged Kilmarnock Enterprises to refurbish the headsets, which is providing some sustainability around the investment that we made. That's the project at a high level. I'm happy to leave it at that, and if you've got any questions, I welcome them.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions on the report? Melanie.
So I think you just talked about it, the customer feedback. So when it says users, is that staff?
It's staff.
Because when I first read it, I actually thought it was residents, but anyway.
No, this is, it was our internal phone system, so that we use in Civic, and we used it at the libraries.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yanni.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wanting to check in terms of the system in an event of losing power. How does it cope?
Power, we would, is like any, because it's on our network, so the same thing would come into be. It would be like, you know, that we have UPS's power systems in the basement. It comes under that business plan there.
So do all of the facilities that have Skype for Business have secondary backup power?
Sorry, I couldn't answer that.
Right.
I'd have to, that would have to go to one of our technical people.
Okay. I mean, I guess the question for me is, did we do enough consideration of resilience in the event of a disaster in terms of the technology?
Yes, when we chose the technology, we looked at it there. We also looked at a DR solution for Skype for Business, but because it's on our network, it comes under the resilience plan for that. So, like if we have a disaster, all of council, our doors are all computer, you know, we use computers to get in, so it fits into our BCP plan there. The detail, sorry, I'd have to take that away.
That's cool. Okay, cool.
Thank you. No further questions? Leanne, sorry.
I just found it quite hard to do the cost-benefit analysis, you know, because of the different panels and the different things. So can you just describe that in really simple terms? You invested capital.
Yes.
You got an OPEX saving.
Yes.
And, you know, how long before you pay back the investment? You know, like it's just that basic cost-benefit.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just thought the closeout report would include that. Is that not?
We invest capital as part of our long-term plan. The savings are operational savings that come out of the IT operational budget.
Yeah. But a closeout report would cover both, wouldn't they?
Yes. Sorry. So I'm going to...
Sorry, and it is, I'm sure it's in there, but I'm just finding it really hard to
It's
read.
it's a closeout report that has a lot of information.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Council. I'm Jed Klink. I'm here in my new role in terms of IT, Planning Manager. The emerging benefit, to Leanne's question, approximately $2,200 per month saving in terms of moving to the new system. Look, we can come back and check in terms of what we've realised. The old system, this is prior to me starting, the understanding was it was failing. We could not get parts from regular suppliers. And in the grand scheme of things, it was decided to move to a digital platform. To answer Councillor Yanni's question, the backup batteries, I believe, will suffice in terms of council facilities. I need to check with facilities, in terms of Bruce, exactly what we cover in terms of the external facilities to Civic Council.
A report, though, that disaster recovery was part of the... you removed that from the scope.
We removed disaster recovery for just the Skype for Business component, but because once you bring a network up, Skype works. Because it's held in our data centre, which is off-site at Perimeter Road, and that is part of our DR plan for the wider council IT. So we were looking at putting quite a separate, standalone Skype instance. We don't need that. And it was too cost prohibitive. In a disaster, we would probably move back to cell phones. We could even use Skype with the Skype app on our phones if we needed to.
So it runs on the digital network, whereas you know, and that is part of the council infrastructure. The specifics around where it would work and how it would work, I can find out for you.
All right, thank you. The survey is one area that certainly stood out for me, and realising that there's a further survey to be done, but that's been delayed, as you said.
We have sent it out in the last month. I started looking at the results that have come in. They're not all in yet. We can come back with the further analysis of that if you...
I think that would be really good, because the survey, the customer feedback, as it's noted here, would give rise to some concerns.
Yes.
Particularly, you know, the overall positive versus the overall negative. Clearly, the predominance was negative, and 47 of those negatives been around functionality, If that continued to be the case, I think we would want to know that there were some problems there that were capable of being resolved and that something was happening to resolve them. So if you are able to bring back the updated, more recent survey, that would help, I think, give us a level of confidence. I don't really want to dive too much into the customer feedback in that earlier stage unless there's something there that's still relevant now. So maybe if you were able to bring back that section of the report so that we can compare that first survey with the second survey, that would be helpful in being able to have a proper discussion about that at that time.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much. Anne, you've got a question.
Just a quick question. Hi, Penny. Hi, Jed. You mentioned Kilmarnock.
Yes.
What's their role? Is it to do with maintaining the headsets?
The headsets, you know, if someone leaves the organisation, we send them back. They've refurbished them so we can reuse them again. Yeah, much better than putting them in the rubbish.
What might be helpful is to defer. So we've got the officer's recommendation is to receive the information provided. What I would prefer is that we bring this whole report back, updated with the new information once the feedback from users has been collated, so that we can have a up-to-date, informed, sensible discussion about this at that time. Because if those figures do give rise to some of the concerns that those early survey results give rise to, I think we'll probably be looking for some further actions than just receiving the report.
Absolutely.
So in terms of, Ian, this is where I need some advice from you. What do we do? Do we receive this and ask for a further report, or do we leave this lying on the table pending a further report being brought? But what I want is this whole report brought back, updated with this information, rather than just the information on its own brought back. Yep. Yep.
Staff review has been completed.
To request staff to bring this report back to the committee
Request for staff to update the information provided in the project closeout report and report back. Just use amend number 1.
That's what
receives information provided.
Request staff update the information provided in the project closeout report for the council voice upgrade project and report back to the committee.
Right, let's capture that wording. Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay.
No, it just needs amending.
Right, so can we update, the suggestion is, can we update clause 1 rather than having a separate clause 2?
That's what they're doing here.
Request staff update the information provided in the project closeout report for the council voice upgrade project and report back to the next finance and performance committee. I'd like to make sure that that includes not just the updated survey, but also the
return on investment.
Just the cost benefit analysis in a more legible form.
Yep. Yeah. Now that would be good. So that's all captured. So the cost benefit to be more clearly presented, and the report updated with the survey. And of course that might give rise to some further recommendations, or you informing us that there's some further work going to be happening.
Chair,
all right. So wording that we've now got is request staff to update the project closeout report for the council voice upgrade project and report back to the updated report.
No, report back to the committee, including the new user survey results and cost benefit analysis.
And cost benefit analysis. Yep. That. Thank you.
That's all right.
That captures it all.
Chair, I was just checking with regards when the survey information was coming back, just giving timings, but I think that should work. And the other thing I'd like to include is the business continuity plan, just to confirm what that actually means in terms of the impact to council should we lose power, or different sites or remote site
You
access,
don't need
etc.
that equipment. Business
Right.
continuity plan after survey results.
Yeah.
Survey results,
Comma.
business continuity plan.
Yep. BCP. Yep.
And cost benefit analysis. Now, you're able to bring that back to the next meeting of this committee?
We think we should do that, yes.
So let's put that in there as well, to report back to the committee at its next meeting. Fantastic. Thank you. Right, I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Leanne. Any debate? Yanni.
Just quickly, yeah, I think it's good to get further information. I think the other thing for me that would be really interesting is to see what the other options were considered at the time. So just a little bit more information about that might be quite useful. Just, but I think for those of us who lived through the earthquake and were here, the use of copper phones when all the power went down was a pretty powerful reminder of our reliance on technology. And I remember vividly Spark coming around with the old copper phone analog sets, giving them to us to give to people in the community. So I do think as a council, it's really important we understand what's the plan if power goes down. And I'm sure that we've got processes and thoughts to that, but it would just be good to be kind of reassured. Thanks.
All right. Presumably the original report that gave rise to this project would have come to council, and that's where any options would have been presented in terms of the aims and objectives of the project and ways that we were going to achieve that.
I can't confirm that, council. I'm reading through the document, and I think it went to certainly one of the governance groups called the Business Change Board at the time, in terms of options. So we'll find the options paper and report that back.
Yeah, realising that this is a closeout report on what was done, that might be of interest, but isn't necessarily relevant to the matter that we're considering, which was how this project rolled out and what the learnings from it might be. Thank you. Any further debate? All right, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Thanks very much indeed. All right, so now moving to item 14. And apologies to external people in the room that we're running approximately 7 minutes behind where I expected we would be at this stage. But this is item 14, the loan application, Canterbury Cricket Trust. Now, John, you're presenting this for council. We do have members of the Canterbury Cricket Trust in the room if there are questions for them. Also noting that Tim Scandaret has now declared a conflict on this matter as a result of his association with VBase, the fact that he's on the board of VBase, and realising that the attachment to this report is in public excluded. So if we get to a point where we are needing to ask questions on or discuss material which is contained in that attachment, that would necessitate us to move into a public excluded session in order to do that. So that kind of sets the scene for where we're at. John, welcome to the table. Thank you very much. Are there any comments that you would like to make as we move into discussing this report?
Yes. This is a loan application for a loan to allow the installation of floodlights in time to host a leading role in the Women's Cricket World Cup. A leading role is essentially hosting the final and a number of other knockout games. It's not about supporting floodlights per se, and it's not about the process in which the council and various other parties has been through to get to this point. The recommendation is that the council grant a loan of up to $1.5 million for the installation of floodlights in order to host the leading role in the Women's Cricket World Cup. It's conditional upon the Trust confirming that they have raised at least $1 million. It's conditional upon confirmation that Christchurch will in fact host this leading role, and obviously to do that they will need the floodlights installed. It's also conditional on the council getting a security or a guarantee on terms and conditions acceptable to the council, that the loan will be repaid in full on time on or before the due date. This is different from that council will get security, so if there's a default we'll be able to recover. That's not the purpose of the guarantee. The guarantee that we are recommending to this committee is a guarantee that the loan will be repaid in full and on time. The conditions of the loan are that all of council's costs in approving the loan, albeit on a conditional basis, are covered. Namely, on charging interest at 20 basis points above council's cost to borrow, and on charging the costs within the council itself of producing the loan documentation. So we'd like to give an assurance to the committee that the ratepayer will not undertake any costs as a result of this that will not be repaid. I've been asked to provide a little bit of contextual information to the committee. And what I'd like to do is present that succinctly and then be available with Ian and myself and members of the Trust to answer any questions. As you've said, there is some information provided in a publicly excluded document. And if any questions on those will have to go into obviously public excluded. Some questions around the history of the Trust's fundraising. Excuse me while I just get in here. They came up in a deputation this morning, commenting on the fact that primarily the Trust have relied on government agencies and big funding institutions for funding to date. Yep, that's pretty accurate, and that aligns with the officer's assessment. In particular, a write-off of a loan from Sport New Zealand. The information I have is that yes, the makeup of the Trust's funding to raise $10 million for the pavilion, as presented, was reasonably accurate. A $3 million underwrite was provided from Sport New Zealand in 2014 to allow the development to be complete in order to host the 2015 Cricket World Cup. $1 million was raised by the Trust to reduce that underwrite to $2 million. The Trust raised $1.6 million in cash contributions from the sport of cricket, the community of cricket, by December 2014, in anticipation of utilising the funds to pay the remaining $2 million required by Sport New Zealand by the due date. Sport New Zealand, unsolicited by the Trust, I understand, in recognition of the Trust raising $1.6 million, forgave the loan. I think it's fair to say that in officer's opinion, the Trust do have a good record of balancing their books and meeting their obligations. Some information was provided this morning indicating that a Give a Little page had raised approximately $3,000 and a lot more was required. The response is officers understand that the Trust have raised approximately $1.3 million and can verify that. That's great, but in order to mitigate this risk that the Trust might not be able to raise sufficient money, one of the conditions of the loan is that the Trust prove that they have raised in excess of $1 million. So we have a condition that protects council. There has been some feedback through a deputation this morning that the Trust's financial position on a year-to-year basis is not as robust as presented by the staff in the assessment. And rather than me commenting on that, I'm shortly going to invite the Trust Treasurer to comment. The nature of the guarantee required by the council for any loan was commented on. Specifically, it's inappropriate to use an asset of the trust on a council reserve as security. Absolutely right. The guarantee sought will be a guarantee that the loan will be repaid on time according to its conditions, not that if there's a default, council have got something that it can occupy or trade or whatever. So the risk of a security raised this morning is accepted, and there's a condition on the loan that we're recommending which will directly reduce council's risk. A comment was made this morning that the Trust in 2013 had previously said, look, no more funding will be required. I've looked at this. The recommendation today is a loan fully repayable at no cost to the council or the ratepayer. It's for floodlights to secure an international event, and it's 7 years since that commitment for no further funding was made. So, in my assessment, I'm assessing a loan application, not a grant. It's fully repayable and guaranteed. So I'm not sure of the relevance of the no more funding point. I won't be too much longer. There was a concern expressed this morning that council conditionally approving a loan when there's no lease in place might pose council at risk. I'm pleased to announce that the council has issued a lease, and that was received by the trust on the 3rd of March. So that lease has been granted, it has been approved, it has been authorised and sent to the trust, and look, in terms of, we'll certainly ask to verify that, but I understand that that has happened. There was a concern raised this morning around the council approving a conditional loan, primarily around VBase as a council-controlled organisation operating the facilities. I'd just like to provide an assurance to this committee that VBase were in no way involved at any time in either the loan application or the assessment thereof. It was done in exactly the same way as council officers would assess any loan application. There's been a point made that the Civic Trust have asked the Regulations Committee to review the decision made by the Minister to make provision in the district plan for the lights under section 71, and that council should not be considering a loan application until the result of that review is known. Again, to mitigate this risk, the risk being that the Minister might, that the Parliament might ask the Minister to change the resolution. The risk is probably quite small. Notwithstanding this, the loan application that before us, and the recommendation is that the loan be granted upon the council, upon Christchurch being granted a leading role in the Cricket World Cup, on the installation of floodlights, and with a guarantee that the loan will be repaid. So I think we won't be advancing the money if there are no floodlights. We will not be advancing the money if we don't have the final of the Cricket World Cup. We won't get the final of the Cricket World Cup unless there are floodlights. Over and above, there will be a guarantee in place before we advance the loan that the loan will be repaid. So I think there's sufficient protection within the recommendation to mitigate the concern expressed. Lastly, the Civic Trust asked that the Council refer this to the Auditor General to check on the process and make a recommendation on whether the loan should be approved or not. The advice that we're providing on that is that, look, no, we can see no reason why the Council or this committee would wish to do that. We don't do it with our other loans. We are empowered to do this. It's something that Council does. A lease has been granted. There's been a very thorough examination in an open session of Council over this matter. The loan has a number of conditions to protect the Council, and one of the grounds for maybe pausing the granting of a lease has recently been satisfied. There has been a substantial amount of money raised to date, and there are really quite robust conditions in place. I've probably talked for long enough. If councillors would like any further information, particularly on the financial status of the trust and any other questions, Ian, from a legal point of view, members of the trust or myself are happy to answer. Apologies for the length.
That's all right, and it's all been useful information. I had a list of questions and I've managed to cross a number of them off the list as a result of the information you've provided, so thank you for that. There was some question in the deputation, or some suggestion, that there might be future forgiveness of the loan. You've obviously made it very clear that that's not the intention and it's not framed in that way.
No.
But if that was the case, it would require a decision of the elected council to do that, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Similarly, given the clarity and the robustness of the resolutions that are in front of us, if there were any changes to the conditions or any request for removal of any of the conditions, given that if we pass this resolution, they will be by council resolution, it would require a further resolution of council to change or remove any of those conditions?
Yes.
Thank you. The decision process on whether any guarantee is to the satisfaction of council,
yep.
The way that this resolution is framed, that's delegated to the Head of Community Support, Governance and Partnerships, and noting that documentation obviously will be reviewed by Council's Financial Management and Legal Services units. That's the basis on which Council, the organisation, determines that the 2A conditions acceptable to the Council, has been met.
Yes, it is. There are a number of standard conditions within council loan agreements. There are also a number of very specific conditions in this report that we're seeking a committee resolution of them. Council officers put together the loan documentation. They are reviewed by both Council's financial management team and Council's legal services unit. And myself, in exactly the same way, we would review the terms and conditions of any other similar loan granted by the Council. If all of those terms and conditions are satisfied, we would proceed. If the committee felt that due to the complexity of this matter, an additional level of verification was required, I'd probably naturally go to the Chief Financial Officer to seek that. If there were any questions or any discussions around conditions being fulfilled or not, I'd be discussing it with the Chief Financial Officer.
So if, given the pivotal nature, or some may view Resolution 2A as being quite pivotal to ensuring that the ratepayers of the city are not put at any risk over this transaction, this committee, had the view that it wanted oversight of that. It would be possible for 2A to be referred back to this committee for a decision if that was felt necessary.
Or delegated to the chair of committee.
Yeah.
Or delegated to, maybe chair and deputy chair.
Yeah. I won't reiterate what the Chief Executive said, because it's exactly what I was going to say. Rather than waiting 6 weeks for a cycle of a committee meeting, delegate to the chair and deputy chair.
Yeah, all right, that's useful, and some may find that useful, that's great. And then the final question relates to the matter that was raised as regards Council's ownership of VBase. And John, you made some comment on that. But I think just looking at the deputation, the suggestion really was that Council's ownership of VBase and VBase being the operator of the facility gave rise to a conflict in itself if the installation of lights and the facilitation of that was seen to benefit VBase in some way. Ian, I don't know whether that's a question that you can answer in this arena or not.
I'll try. Yes, it's a factor, but I think as John mentioned before, VBase hasn't been involved in any way at all with the discussions or negotiations around the application for the loan. So I think the risk of there being an issue with that is relatively low, and I wouldn't see it as a showstopper.
And I guess that comes back to the point that John made at the very beginning of his presentation, which is that this is a paper about the granting of a loan rather than a paper about the installation of floodlights.
Yeah. I'd probably add that of approximately 135 days of cricket at all levels on the facility, VBase have a commercial interest in very few days at the higher performance end of the spectrum. The vast majority of the operation of the facility on a day-to-day basis is either the council's parks team, Canterbury Cricket and the Cricket Trust going about their regular cricketing purposes.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Catherine.
Hi, thanks so much for that report. It says here that the interest would be repaid at regular intervals during the 4-year term. Just wondering if we've got confirmed source of payment for that, for those payments during those intervals, and how frequently would they be?
The frequency would be annually. We would invoice for the repayments, and of course they'd be covered by the guarantee. Have I answered your question?
I guess my question was more so around, so the yearly interest payments would be around 67.5, say for example.
Yeah.
Because my understanding would be the guarantee would be covering, it'd be something for us to be able to fall back on at the end of the 4-year term should they not be able to repay the loan in full and the interest in full.
Yeah.
My question was what the source of repayments, or what the source of payments would be for the yearly interest payments.
The yearly interest payments will come from the trust, and we can ask the trust members that they've got the financial capacity to repay those, and that might be a segue to invite the trust to talk about their financial stability and ability to make those payments, as you said, $60,000 to $70,000 on an annual basis.
Yeah.
So that might be better that they answer that rather than myself.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yep, that's fantastic. If the question is about ability to pay, what we're looking for is a level of confidence from the trust, and I'd certainly invite the trust to answer that question.
Thank you, councillors. I'm more than happy to answer any questions in relation to that and the other matters. Preliminarily, we are very comfortable with those conditions. As a solicitor, I deal every day with conditions of loans, guarantees, securities, and we have no issues working through those conditions. In terms of cash flow, in the last 2 years, the Trust from its own cash reserves has met payment for consultancy fees in respect of the upgrade and resource consents and other matters relating to the Hagley Sports Centre of something like $140,000 to $150,000. In the last 2 years, the last 18 months, it has spent some $260,000 on consultants' fees from its own funds, its own cash flow, in respect to the resource consent and associated ministers, regeneration process, variation of lease process that we've just gone through. In the last 4 months, we've had 60 more members join the Pavilion Club. Our income has been regular and satisfactory. We have $500,000 in reserves in our bank account. And I'd like to comment later, if I may, on the rather distressing submission made by Mr Carswell about the inability to meet our obligations. They are defamatory comments. We have met all our loan and other obligations from the date of inception. And I will talk at length about the underwrite which was gratuitously given to us by Sport New Zealand after we had raised 90% of the funds for the money that they had lent us. Trevor Thornton, as our Treasurer, might want to elaborate on the funding issues and the cash flow that you have raised.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillors, the financial statements of the Canterbury Cricket Trust are on the charity's website. Key to the operation of this trust is the cash flow, and there'll be a number of people that understand that, because we spend $400,000 on depreciation, and also Lee's elaborated on the number of expenses that we've incurred in terms of getting the application to where it is today. That's the Section 71 application. In 2018, we had a cash reduction of $194,000, but we spent $200,000 on the cricket precinct at Hagley Oval, where we are upgrading the sports centre to enhance the facility. So we are using some of our proceeds to enhance the capital nature of ours. Last year, it was $17,000, which I effectively call a break-even situation. To put in place the application for the loan, we went to a major 6 accounting firm, and I have consolidated financial statements integrated through to 2030 that show how we're going to do this, and this has been presented to the Christchurch City Council. There are numerous income sources, including membership, the pavilion rental, hospitality, recovering of insurance, and a whole host of other activities that we're involved in. So the integrated cash flow through to 2030 shows that we can meet our obligations, and that is our intention. And we currently have, as Lee just said, $500,000 in the bank account to meet our current commitments and underway. And of course, we have a Christchurch benefactor that we have sourced to give us $1 million towards these lights. So we are making strong progress in terms of meeting our obligations, and we are well aware of what we have to do to repay the loan and what we have to do to meet the interest and other obligations that the Trust has. We've got our financials and presented them to the Council in support of this application.
Thank you. Are there further questions? So Sam and then Melanie. Sam.
Thank you, Trevor, and the team. I mean, you've answered it largely, but I just wondered, John, whether at some stage we could see that cash flow, because my question was around effectively the ability to repay the 1.5, and I can't find it in here, so...
I can circulate that.
Yeah, that would be quite useful.
Absolutely, Sam.
Yeah.
I can talk to that. Right at the moment, we've got a very strong commitment to repay over a period of 3 years 2/3 of the council loan. That needs to go through a process. I'm not at liberty for commercial reasons to disclose the source, but we're very confident that $1 million of that loan can be raised through discussions we're having, so that we as trustees, we're all professionals in our own roles. We know what the responsibilities, duties, obligations are on trustees. We're very conscious of that. We're conscious of reputational risk. We don't go into these things lightly, and we are putting in place things now which will secure the repayment of these loans down the track. The problem we've got is that we have a very small window for Christchurch to get the benefit of this Cricket World Cup. I think we've done pretty amazingly, really, approaching people over a Christmas period, getting $1.3 million in cash, not the $3,000 that you referred to in your paper. We have the pledges and those funds in hand. People have been very generous, and we're continuing with that avenue as well.
Thank you. Melanie.
So I have a couple of questions for John, and then one for the Cricket Trust. So one, and one of these is quite minor, it's just for my understanding. It's just disappeared. You've got about the interest rate being at the council's cost of borrowing plus 20 basis points. I was just wondering where that comes from. Like, why the 20 basis points? I had to look that up online to find out what that is.
Yeah. Good question. That comes firstly from a desire to ensure that there's no cost to the ratepayer. So our costs of borrowing plus a small margin are applied, so there's no risk of not charging enough. 20 basis points was chosen as it was as close as possible to council's cost of borrowing, which meant that we were not imposing an additional interest rate onto the trust or any other community group at so only the council's costs of borrowing were covered, not an additional interest rate. The council are not making on the deal, but neither are we putting the council at risk. So it was that balancing act, and that was done in discussion with the council's financial management unit on the best way to get that middle ground.
Great, and then. So the interest is to be paid yearly, as you've talked about, and then the principal repaid at the end of the loan. Or before. Yep. But so that was of interest to me, because when you pay back, I mean, the only thing I can relate it to is a mortgage, yep. And you pay your principal back, obviously, with increasing amounts throughout the term of the loan. So why is it done in this way?
Yeah, it's in everyone's interest to pay back the loan as quickly as possible. And the fact that interest will be compounding through the loan is a good incentive to do that. The reason that the proposed structure is how it is to give the trust the maximum degree of flexibility to repay and to seek support from others. So perhaps when the trust has negotiations with its guarantor, the trust will be in a better position with terms and conditions such as this: repay the principal at the end. They may get a more favourable response there. So it really is to give the trust more flexibility, but at the same time ensure that there is no risk to the community, the ratepayer, on that.
So I've got two more, one more for John, sorry. Yeah. And this is more on that again. It's again back to the 4 years. So why 4 years? And I guess your answer is going to be the same. But obviously the Women's World Cup is next year, not in 3 years. Yeah.
Again, really good question. 4 years was the amount indicated in the original application by the trust. When quizzed, it was based on kind of a worst case scenario on when they expected to repay. So not putting anyone under undue pressure, but not having it go on for much longer. So it really was at the behest of the trust, and perhaps someone from the trust could provide further information if you'd like.
From our perspective, we want to retire this debt as soon as possible. We're only taking this debt because of the time frame incurred. We ended up with that pavilion at $10.5 million cost with no debt. And as I say, I'll speak to the underwrite in a minute. We'd raised all but $400,000 of that underwrite. It was forgiven gratuitously. We don't want this debt sitting there. We want a debt-free facility, but we need to raise this money urgently. The opening of Cricket World Cup is on Wednesday. The announcement will be on Wednesday. I know what those announcements are, confirming the games. So we need to be sure that we can do this, and this gives us a way of doing this in that time frame.
So that really is my question. That really that you're. It seems to me, and let me know if this is right or wrong, that you're looking for, the Canterbury Cricket Trust is looking for a loan really as security to make sure you are able to purchase them beforehand, rather than...
Yeah, we're about to sign, subject to all of this, a procurement and installation contract for those lights. We've been in discussions with the contractors since November. We've been given very favourable terms. For example, the electrical contractor a local contractor who's assisting with the installation has given us fantastically favourable terms for payment. So you know, we're trying to do this in the shortest possible time. We want to get these lights up and running and operational by the first week in October. So you know, this loan just gives us the ability to proceed. But our priority will be to repay and retire this loan as soon as possible.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Now, I've been asked to make clear that Anne Galloway is also sitting back from this discussion and has noted a conflict. And thank you for reminding us of that. So that's Anne and Tim both sitting back from the table for this discussion and the decision. Thank you. Further questions? Jimmy.
Regarding the terms of reference of the loan repayment, whether each trustee of the Canterbury Cricket Trust will be undersigned or endorsed on those terms of reference or not?
Usually, loan documentation for a trust such as this, and I don't know their constitution, is approved by a decision of the trust, and they usually delegate the chair to sign. Was that your question? Yeah.
To put the question a different way, presumably we know from the papers that the other party to the loan is the trust as an entity and not the trustees of the trust as individuals.
Yeah. Yes. We'd be loaning. It's proposed that we loan to the Canterbury Cricket Trust, not to individuals.
Yep. Thank you. Yanni.
What's the LGFA borrowing rate for council?
In the report, it varies. It's probably going down. But I think the report differentiates between fixed and flexible. And if you just bear with me for a couple of minutes, hopefully less.
Oh yeah, sorry, it is here.
Is it? Yeah.
1.9 and 2.25.
I've read it so many times I'm going blind. Yep.
So we would be going with the
20 basis points over that.
Plus 2.
Plus 20 basis points. So the actual interest rate will be slightly over 2%.
Oh, so are we going on a fixed? We're going on a fixed.
We would. The financial management team would look at the best terms and conditions on the moment and go with that.
But surely, like the repayment schedule and that ability, we've just heard. You know, obviously, the Cricket Trust doesn't want to have debt, so I'm presuming that we go with the floating. I'm probably not the best person to answer the complexities of council borrowing. What I can say that with all of our loans, the council will borrow on the very best and appropriate terms of conditions at the moment, and then on loan. So, that's exactly what we do. So the money that we've currently got sitting in the community loan scheme under 4.3, which you've made available, is that currently money that's borrowed?
We're not proposing to source this from the community loan scheme. However, I can say that the community loan scheme, there's no pool of money that we lend out. For the community loan scheme, council will take a loan and on loan that to the recipient of the community loan scheme. It's not like a capital endowment fund where we have an endowment fund, we have interest, we have money and we allocate it. We take a loan and on loan. That's
so I guess what I'm trying to kind of understand is why we would have a different scheme for cricket than all the other community organisations that have come to us who, if they see this, would be paying about 2% more or 2.5% more than what cricket are paying.
Yeah. The council has a community loan scheme. The reasons, and they're detailed in the report, why we chose not to recommend that are, one, and probably the most important one, the there are a number of organisations who have expressed an interest, and we're working with at the moment to take advantage of that. And if we sourced all of this money through that avenue, it would exhaust the fund, precluding others from doing it. Secondly, the community loans pool, if you like, tends to offer smaller loans. Where council has offered a larger loan to groups like the Piano or the Isaac Theatre Royal, they are general loans. That's why we're coming to this forum. I'm talking a general loan, not a community loan, and I think that's alluded to in the report.
Okay, so if we were worried the signal that this sends to other community groups, we could change our community loan scheme to basically be on the same sort of arrangement? Yeah,
as I alluded to council possibly in the recent past, it is our intention through the Sarah, what's your committee called? Yeah. Yeah, we would want to put a report to that our committee with financial services, asking the committee to look at the interest rate charged on community loans, principally because when the policy was set, the interest rates were here. Now they're a bit lower. So I think your committee can expect that, Sarah, but we're not in a position to discuss it here. This is a specific loan application for a purpose, and it's... but
it's one of the options that's been presented. And, so it's an option that we could go with.
I believe that they go with, right. We're presenting some recommendations to this committee. How this committee chooses to proceed is really up to the committee.
Indeed.
Can I just check on a few other things? One is, in terms of the pavilion, we heard that, obviously, and again, I'd support Councillor McDonald. It'd be really good to see the forecast, the cash flow, the business kind of plan. But we heard that some of the income comes from pavilion rental hospitality. My understanding is VBase runs that facility at a loss. We've previously had reports around...
When I meant cash flow, it was more just to get an assurance from the staff that they had considered the ability to them to repay it. Yeah. So I'm not worried about going into the detail of it, but just to demonstrate they looked at it.
I'd also be wary of looking at VBase's operations there, which are completely separate from any considerations of the trust's.
Well, sorry, what I'm trying to understand though is what we've heard just today around the Cricket Trust's ability to pay is based on pavilion rental and hospitality, which I presume occurs at the pavilion that VBase operate. So I'm just trying to understand in terms of the pavilion, are we operating that on a cost recovery basis, or are we running it as a loss or a profit?
I'll answer the first bit and then ask a member of the trust to answer the second.
Great.
The VBase operating model is not in any way part of the loan application, so really not here to talk to that. And I can reiterate that VBase have not been part of the application or have reviewed it in any way. From my perspective as a council officer, questions on VBase profitability, cash flow, are better addressed to VBase themselves. That's my component. Trevor, would you like to? Okay.
Yeah, just to jump in, and Dawn has also asked to do the same. What we're concerned with here is the loan application, and any concerns, any financial concerns, would be around the trust's ability to repay the loan. VBase's operation and VBase's financial situation are completely different matters. So thanks for that comment. Now, Dawn, you asked to make some comments as well.
To reiterate, Chair, you are exactly right. And second, for councillors, the financial services area of our business, along with our community side, have assessed this application. They have done the detailed analysis with evidence provided by the applicant as to whether this is a fit for purposing that we can recommend. I don't think it's appropriate for members to be going right down to each individual line. If you have a governance perspective of concern, that's your role. It is not to do the work of the finance department.
Because maybe I didn't articulate it clear enough. What we heard just in one of the questions, which wasn't a question that I asked, was that part of the way in which this loan will be serviced was from pavilion rental and hospitality. what I've seen previously in regards to the pavilion in terms of council incurring an ongoing operational cost is something that concerns me, because if we're making decisions in regards to the future of V-Base and how it operates and want to have cost recovery, that could impact on the ability for the trust to pay the loan. So
Well,
that's why I was trying to understand what that position was.
Just going back to the comment that the Chief Executive has made, the financial robustness of the trust, if that is affected in any way by the contract between the trust as the owner of the pavilion and V-Base as the operator of the pavilion, I'm sure that would have been taken into account in any due diligence that our staff have done in assessing this application. And the nature of the contract between V-Base and the trust is quite different than V-Base's ability to turn a surplus in their operation there.
Well, then it should be a easy question to answer, I would have thought.
I think the answer's already been provided.
I can just add some clarity for that. V-Base and the Cricket Trust have a contractual arrangement to run the pavilion.
Yes.
So there is an arrangement that in place. The Cricket Trust has a business and it needs income to operate. That's what that $40,000 that I referred to in terms of pavilion rental relates to. It has no relationship whatsoever with the contractual arrangement between the trust and V-Base.
So there's no risk.
So we need revenue to run our business, just like any other business. That's what this determines, and there is a separate contractual arrangement with V-Base that operates very well in terms of Hagley Oval and also of the pavilion. They are two separate matters.
Right, so just so I'm really clear, there's no risk to the V-Base contract with the Cricket Trust in terms of the ability for the trust to repay the loan. So if that's renegotiated or changed, it's not going to impact on the ability for the trust to...
Well, I'm surprised to hear you saying it's renegotiated
No,
and
no,
changed. We have an arrangement for 10 years in place that is rock solid, so I'm not quite sure what you're wanting to change.
It was if, I said if, so it's...
Yeah, well,
it's
I'm
not,
saying if you want to change it, there's a rock solid agreement.
Committed for 10 years. Right, cool.
Thank you. Any further questions, Yanni? No. Done? Okay, so are there any further questions around the table? Carol would like to make a comment. Yep.
Look, I'd just like to reinforce that one of the conditions that is in this recommendation is that the loan is secured or guaranteed. So a lot of the concerns that are being raised, provided we've got a rock solid security or guarantee, are actually irrelevant.
So, Sam, you're happy to move this as the recommendation as it is? All right. So that's moving the staff recommendation as it stands. Seconded, James Goff. Is there any debate? Okay, so Sam's indicated that he's moving the recommendation without that additional wording, and it's been seconded on that basis. If somebody wanted to move an amendment to put the additional wording in, I mean, if there is a view that we want greater involvement and greater oversight of that guarantee than this resolution provides for, then that would lead to an amendment for the chair. Well, the suggestion was for the chair and deputy chair of this committee to sign off on that, obviously on advice from staff.
It's just that the way that number 2A is worded, conditions acceptable to the council, but the number 3 delegates authority to the head of community sport governance and partnerships. So to make arrangements to implement the resolution, not to follow through on. Yeah.
We have got the
and to ensure the terms and conditions and to ensure the terms and conditions are acceptable to council.
Yeah, but how does he know if it's acceptable to council? There's just a little bit of.
The PX,
it's not a big thing.
Yeah, the PX item should be pretty clear on that anyway. So.
If people are not comfortable with the resolution the way it stands, it would require someone to move an amendment with that additional...
I'd be more comfortable if you just added the little sign-off from you and Andrew, or from Andrew and Dawn. Or just Dawn.
Well, why don't I then, in that case...
Okay, add it in.
Okay, I've got some wording here in case we needed it.
I don't care,
it's easier.
If it makes it easier getting it through.
All right, so at the end of number 3, comma, so comma after council, except in respect of clause 2A. Delegates authority to the chair and deputy chair of the Finance and Performance Committee.
Thanks.
Which obviously means that staff will do the work that was originally envisaged in 3, but there's that additional sign-off.
That'd be great, thanks. Yeah.
So Sam, you're comfortable with that? Yeah, sure. James, you're comfortable with that? Yeah, great. So we've now got a resolution as amended in front of us. Is there any debate? So there is. Sam?
Yeah, I mean, look, in my view, I think the council, if we supported this today, would be really pragmatic. It's a risk-free loan, essentially, and I think we need to get that into the back of our minds. I think that this is one of those really good examples where we can enable Christchurch, and from my point of view, we would be really foolish not to back them. I think we've got real comfort from what Dawn, John and the Trust have said in terms of their ability to manage cash flow over the next few years. And the reality is we are effectively clipping the ticket on the way through with the basis point. And so in my view, this would be the best loan in town to give out, and I think we should all support it today.
Thank you. James?
Yep, completely agree. Look, I've said many times that I think council's at its best when it's enabling those in the community to do great things, and that's a lot more compelling when that can be achieved with little to no risk to the ratepayer. So what we have in front of us maximises the benefit and equally mitigates any cost and risk to the ratepayer. So when factoring risk versus reward, I would be absolutely astounded if anyone could find fault with this.
Thank you. The positive benefits of this have been made clear through the presentation and the various questions and answers. The context in which we're working is that the Section 71A process has run its course and there was opportunity for input into that, and the lease process has also run its course and there was a consultation on that and the opportunity for input, and obviously 2 decisions which have already been made, which are the context in which we're now working. My concerns here that this would be done in a way that there was no cost to ratepayers and that there's no risk to ratepayers. I'm comfortable that the 1ABC deal with the no cost to ratepayers aspect, and I'm comfortable that the clauses 2ABC deal with the no risk to ratepayers, both part of that, the concern. And we've now got a really good belt and braces approach through clause 3, which has now got governance sign-off, as well as obviously the process that was originally envisaged that officials will work through as part of their due diligence. So with all of that in place, I'm now comfortable with this, realising that there are certain conditions that will need to be met to the satisfaction of council, and I think that's the key, to our satisfaction before anything actually occurs. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? So 1 vote against. Melanie? That's carried. Thank you. And thank you to members of the Trust for making themselves available to provide what were quite detailed answers to questions as well. Thank you. So that now brings us to, quite conveniently, 2 minutes to 1. So instead of taking an hour for lunch, we'll take an hour and 2 minutes for lunch. But if we can reconvene here at 2 o'clock, it's vital that we start the meeting on time at 2, as we've got Aaron joining us remotely, and I'm keen to keep things moving at that point.
You're going to start at 2.
Adjourn for lunch until 2 o'clock, when we will
number 19. So welcome along, Paul, and thanks, Linda. Do you want to just start by sort of running through what it is and what you're needing from us today, and then we can take questions and go from there?
Yep, no, look, very happy to do that. Thank you, Sam. So look, I'll take the paper as read, and obviously there's an attached paper from EQI Global who have provided independent advice on this matter as well, so I'll take that as read as well. But just a couple of the key points to highlight. So the recommendation before you today is a recommendation to approve effectively a fee pool. That's Council's role, is to approve the fee pool in aggregate. It's obviously up to the CCHL board to then determine how they allocate that fee pool. But in the interest of transparency, we have set out in our paper the proposed allocation of the fee pool as between the chair, the audit committee chair, which is an incremental role over and above the role of an ordinary director, and then the base fee for the balance of the board. The other key point I think to make is that the recommendations before you today have been prepared fully in compliance with Council's policy on the appointment and remuneration of directors. So we have followed that policy very closely. What that policy provides is it provides for a 3-yearly review of director rem. So the review that we completed last year, in fact, which is now the one on the table today, it was predated by a review in 2016. The next review would be 3 years from this point, so we're sort of looking out to 2022-23 before the fees are going to be reviewed again. So this is not an annual review, it's a 3-yearly review. And the increase needs to reflect the fact that it's reviewing the fees for the next 3 years, not for the next 12 months. The other thing about the policy I think that's important to note is that the policy does require recognition of the fact that there's an element of public service involved in the work that the CCHL directors do. And what the policy provides is that means that Council expect under their policy that the remuneration will be set at or below comparable private sector entities. And obviously the recommendation before you today, you'll have read and understood that it's effectively about a 20% discount from the comparable level of remuneration for private sector directors in similar roles. Some other factors, I suppose, just to keep in mind and give a bit of context to the recommendations. All commercial director roles, not just CCHL directors, but in fact all commercial roles over the last 3, 4, 5 years in particular have had a significant increase in the responsibility, the accountability, and unfortunately the potential liability that directors face in taking on governance roles. You'll be aware of some of the increased regulation, some of the regulatory oversight. The FMA's role has stepped up, which is the Financial Markets Authority. You'll be aware of the increase in health and safety regulations, which obviously Council need to comply with and do comply with, I believe. There's also coming down the pipe the TCFD recommendations, which is the Task Force for Climate Change Financial Disclosures. So that's going to step up regulation in terms of climate change disclosures going forward as well. So all of these things are layered on top of governance roles in a traditional sense. The litigation risk for directors has also increased. A number of high-profile examples in terms of director litigation going back to the South Canterbury Finance litigation and other finance company litigation activity which was targeting directors. The Pike River litigation, the more recent Mainsdale litigation, the CBL insurance litigation. In all of these cases, directors are being targeted by claimants and their liability is personal. So the risk is personal to directors when they're subject to litigation. In terms of responsibility and accountability, CCHL's balance sheet has changed a lot, particularly over the last 3 years. 3 or 4 years ago, we had about $300 million of debt. We've now got about $1 billion of debt. The vast majority of that was taken on to fund the capital release to Council over the 16, 17, 18, 19 financial years. So I think overall, you know, the director roles that our directors are effectively exposed to and are governing within are increasingly complex, increasingly challenging, and it's increasingly important that we continue to retain and recruit high calibre directors to provide the best governance to CCHL that we can to govern the effectively the $4 billion of assets that sit under the CCHL portfolio. And so look, the final thing I'd say is just to summarise the recommendation itself. The recommendation is to increase the fee pool by just over $82,000. You'll appreciate that roughly, or just under half of that,
will be paid to the council of directors, and that's paid to a charity in lieu of the council of directors taking directors' fees under the current policy. So effectively it's just over half of that amount that will be allocated across our independent directors if this recommendation is approved. So I'll stop there and happy to take any questions unless Linda's got anything to add.
No. Nothing to add, Linda?
No,
Okay,
nothing
thanks.
to add.
Have we got any questions from anyone? Yanni?
In the report, we're told that organisation council control, the median fee is 37,000 for, that's in the external.
So what page are you on, Yanni?
Assessments report. Sorry, I've just screenshotted it. It's on page 248.
Yeah, I think I know what you're referring to.
There's another.
It's in the EQI report, Yanni?
Yeah. So I was just trying to kind of understand. You made reference to the private sector, so as one of the benchmarks, and I'm just trying to understand why we wouldn't use the council organisations benchmark that's been in the report. Yeah, no, good question. So what EQI have done in referencing the benchmark that Councillor Johansson referred to, but also various other benchmarks, is they've tried to look at a cross-section of benchmarks to reflect the fact that the CCHL role is not directly comparable to any one of the benchmarks per se, but by referencing council-controlled organisation fees, as was referred to, but also referencing governance roles where the entity being governed has a similar asset size, a similar profitability size, a similar size and scale, and a similar set of industry sector focuses, which are some of the other benchmarks that are also referred to in exactly the same table. EQI have referred to a cross-section of relevant benchmarks, and they've effectively taken an average of all of those in arriving at a market benchmark. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is how is that comparable to a council-controlled organisation?
Well, the issue would be that if you only compared to council-controlled organisations, then you may only be comparing to an organisation, for example, like Civic Building Limited, which is completely different to CCHL, and it's a much better basis to compare CCHL to organisations that have a similar asset base, a similar size of portfolio, a similar spread of risk, and a similar industry sector focus, as compared with comparing to simply a CCO, a generic CCO benchmark.
And you talked about the kind of accountability, but I mean, if you look back at recent times, it's hard to see whether individual directors have taken the accountability for things when they go wrong. So I'm just not quite sure. I'm just trying to understand why that's now factored into getting an increase, when I guess history shows that there hasn't really been any liability individually in terms of the risk. It's always tended to fall back on us as a city.
I'm not sure I follow the question, but I gave you a number of examples where directors have been personally liable and have had litigation against them when things have gone wrong.
Have you got any examples from Christchurch?
Well, it's the potential for it to go wrong, Yanni, is the whole point of it. And
well, we've had plenty of examples of it going wrong.
Yeah, I think what Paul was saying earlier on, though, was it's the exposure to liability that is the issue there, and that's what makes it different from a council-controlled. It's the commercial arm of what we do, and it's that potential exposure. So
I understand that, but over the past 2 decades, where things have gone wrong, I haven't seen any sort of personal liability to those things that have gone wrong. So, I mean, I guess you're saying it's a changing environment, and now going forward there's a much greater chance of that happening?
Could I ask a definition of something going wrong? Because there's...
Well, no, yeah.
Because, I mean, there's something
going
wrong.
Let's do it properly. If you've got to... Just refine your question to Paul and see if you can make it a wee bit more specific so he understands it.
So just in terms of the risk, I'm really interested in the reward for the risk, right? And I'm interested in trying to understand the argument that somehow being on a council-controlled organisation as a director, you've now got this greater degree of risk, and therefore you should be paid more. When my experience from what I've seen around the years that I've been here is that actually the companies generally end up taking the consequence of when things go wrong. And so I'm just trying to understand why that would be a factor, particularly because they're council controlled, they're not like the private sector where people
But Yanni, I'm sorry to cut you off because we do want questions rather than
so
statements, but the point is there's a market discount applied to this. So you've got the commercial side, we're discounting it to reflect the fact that there is a council element to it. So I'm not sure if you've got more specific question than a statement, that would be useful.
I can understand for the private sector why directors would be rewarded for the risk. I'm still struggling to understand. I just wanted to understand a little bit in more detail for council-owned organisations why that should be a factor to justify an increase.
They operate on exactly the same market. So many of our companies, in fact virtually all of our companies, compete with other entities in the same sector that don't have council ownership. So they operate in the same market. They're subject to the same commercial risks. They're subject to the same regulatory risk, the same risk of potential litigation, and the same accountability applies, if not a higher standard of accountability, actually arguably applies to councillor directors or CCO directors, because ultimately the ownership is public. You know, our entities are owned by our community.
Cool. Any other questions? Mike, then Pauline. And can we just check, Aaron Keon, are you on the line? Hopefully.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are. Cool. All right, Mike.
Thanks, Paul. Just around, I guess, the 20% weighting for public service. Has that been a historical amount?
Yeah, it's judgment, Mike, but yes, it is. It is the same, very similar discount to what was applied when the directors' fees for CCHL were last set back in, the review was actually in 2015, but the current fees were effective from 1 July 2016. And at that time, it was before my time, but I understand, or I've verified that was the discount that was applied back in 2015-16.
So is that just, therefore, locally? What's happening across a wider area?
I'm not sure what approach other councils take with their CCOs, to be honest, but that is a specific discount that precedent would suggest has been applied to CCHL directors. A similar approach and a similar discount is applied to our subsidiary directors when we set their remuneration. Outside of Christchurch, I don't have data to give you an accurate answer, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I guess if this was to fail, there wouldn't be another increase potentially until 2022. What could be a potential, outcome of that?
Look, I'd be speculating, and I'd have to go back and have another discussion with our board, particularly our independent directors. But I think it would send a signal that would not send a positive signal to the market that the city wants to ensure strong governance and the best capable governance that it can recruit and retain on our CCHL board and on our subsidiary boards as well.
So do you think it could have the potential to impact the dividends negatively in the future?
No, I don't think it will have any impact on dividends, to be honest. Certainly not in the short to medium term. You know, in the longer term, if the governance is weakened, then it could have adverse implications, but it's unlikely to have an implication in the short to medium term.
You good, Pauline?
Yeah, look, it's probably just if you can explain to me the table on page 230. So if we just look at the top column for
Sorry, Pauline, can you, if you don't mind, can you direct me to the EQI page number? Do you have that on your screen?
Oh, this is in the in our report. So
yeah, I don't have the same page numbering as you.
5.16. Yep.
Okay, we've got that here now, thank you.
So if you look at the director, just the top line, the directors, and you've got the market rate, EQI recommended rate. So EQI has recommended the market rate is around 20%, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And then the CCH board has recommended even less than that.
Yeah, so what we've done, and this is being transparent around how we propose to allocate the fee if it's approved, what we've done is effectively taken some of the recommended increase and allocated a disproportionate amount of it to our audit committee chair, whose role is significantly more time consuming than an ordinary director role, and effectively that's slightly reduced the allocation to the other directors.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yep, that does. And just following on from Mike's question about if there was a failure to approve an increase today and the next one would not be till 2022, is it a fair assumption that the recommendation then would be around 40%?
Depends how good your crystal ball is.
But I mean, it potentially could be, couldn't it, if you recommend that every 3 years?
The trend has been that directors' fees have increased over time. So it's likely in 2022, if there's no increase approved today, that there need to be a higher increase in future to recognise that the market fees will have gone up over that period, and obviously there'll still be a discount taken to reflect the public service element. But yes is the short answer to your question.
That's right. So why do we not have a system where we just use an annual incremental set increase along with the market? So that you don't get these what appears to be massive ones because it's a 3-year chunk?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the rationale would be that if you try and do this exercise every year, you are paying in for independent advice every year, and it's probably more cost effective to actually do it on a 3-yearly basis and reset the REM every 3 years and go through that process on a 3-yearly basis rather than on an annual basis, because otherwise you're paying for advice 3 times more than you need to.
Right. So just cost efficiency.
Cost efficiency, yeah.
It just makes it look a lot worse than it is, because in actual fact a 20% increase now actually does not tell the story that there's been no increase for the last 3 years. So it's actually, if you spread that over 3 years, it's not actually 20% per year kind of thing.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously there won't be an increase for the next 3 either. So yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Linda, do you want to add something?
Well, I don't want to ask myself a question.
You can ask me one if you want.
Yeah.
All I wanted to say really is from the finance and from the governance and reporting side of the finance team, CCHL's managing $4 billion worth of assets. The quality of governance is fundamental to growing that asset base, the dividends that the council gets from the income streams. And so from our perspective, retaining and attracting high quality, capable directors is important, and already having a 20% discount in place is probably where we would see the line being drawn. That you start to affect that capability. Maybe not right now, but in future.
Okay, excellent. Any other, Pauline?
Yep. It just leads me, do you, and you may not be able to answer this, but when you use the word retaining high quality directors, and I know that you have got high quality directors on there now, and I'm not trying to grease up to my fellow councillors, would there be a risk if this was not approved today that they may not stay on? Would it be a really negative signal perhaps?
What I'd say is that certainly in relation to our independent directors, there is an opportunity cost for all of them in being on the CCHL board, and that opportunity cost is that they could all be on other boards, but there's a limit to how many board roles they can take on. They all choose and value the opportunity to be on the CCHL board. It's a privilege and it's an honour for them to be in those roles, but they choose to take on those roles, notwithstanding that the remuneration is discounted. And they do it because they want to contribute to the governance of the city and the commercial assets that the city owns. But there is an opportunity cost, as I say, and at some point, if we don't fairly remunerate them in accordance with the policy, they might make alternative choices about what governance roles they take on in future.
Cool. Any other questions? All right, so we've got a recommendation there from staff, and we've just added one to the bottom of it, just to note, obviously, as you'd mentioned, Paul, the additional work and I guess complexity that the Chair of Audit and Risk entails, and that indication that you would have been a $10,000 increase on that basis. So, look, I'm happy to move what's there now. James Daniels, you're happy to second it. Is there any discussion on that? Jake?
Yeah, look, I think in an environment where ratepayers have asked us to tighten our belt and be fiscally constrained, I think that approving this increase today is I don't think the optics of that are very good. And I think that obviously, CCHL are yet to implement, although they have made good progress, they're yet to implement a living wage. And I think that this sends a really bad signal to be offering 20% pay increases to those at the top of those companies when we still don't have a living wage for many at the bottom. And addressing the issue of discounting and the process of this, I don't think we need to embark on a process of assessing what the market rate for directors is. I don't think that's truly reflective of the public service element. So again, just to conclude, I would say that we're asking residents to tighten their belt and to put up with a bit of pain in terms of rate increases, and we should be doing that as well with our corporate holdings.
Cool. Yanni, and then... Yeah, go for it. Yep.
Cool. I just wanted to echo the comment that Councillor McClellan has made. I would struggle with this increase when we wanted to introduce a living wage to our contractors, and I remind councillors the first person that came to this council asking for a living wage was a cleaner at the airport that we own 75% of, and they still don't have the living wage. And in the same time, we're seeing directors' fees being proposed to be raised and possibly raised earlier as well. So I just don't think it's right that we've got work that we need to do that needs to be funded, and part of the way that we should be considering how that's funded is I actually think people that are well remunerated and well compensated should be sharing that with the people that are at the bottom. And so I can't support this, especially when we see that the council-controlled organisations, the median fee is $37,000 a year, and that's from the Directors' Fees report. I think there's lots of people that will do a really good job for the figure that we're currently paying, and I think you only need to look back at past performance to see that when big things go wrong, actually generally as a city we're the ones that, and our ratepayers are the ones that incur the cost of that. Generally we are the ones that don't get as much dividend. So I think the risk is really inherent on us as a city council and on our citizens as much as it is on these individual directors. And I could give you numerous examples, but I won't go into the details. But I just think we inherently are the ones that are taking on that risk. We need to be prudent with the money that we are spending, and to say that this has no rates impact when actually it could be coming from a dividend that CCHL would otherwise be paying to us to offset the rates, I think is a way that we need to look at this rather than thinking that it's just cost neutral. Thank you.
Thanks, Yanni. Mike.
Thank you. Look, this is actually not an easy decision to make, and I have thought about this long and hard and read through the report, but I will be supporting the recommendations in front of us. I don't think it's good when we talk about optics to talk about it being it's only a 20% pay increase when actually it's over 6 years, it's 3% per year. And we set a policy, we've set letters of expectations, and this actually is aligned to both the policy and the letter of expectation. You've got to be a little bit careful when you make a principled stand of what the potential outcome of that could be for the council and the city as a whole. CCHL do a very good job, and the directors need to be thanked for that. So I just think we need to be a little bit careful. We need to realise actually the opportunity, I think, to have the real discussion is when we set our policy and letters of expectations, not when they actually follow those and come to us with a recommendation.
Tim, then Pauline.
Yeah, thank you. Look, this is the golden goose, and we really do have to protect it. And one way to do that is, rather than kind of do a base rate of pay, we actually need to reward those of excellence that want to serve their community through this process. When we're really looking at this, it's $82,000, half of which, $41,000, goes to charity. So if we're really going to look at this hard, this is the golden goose. If we did not have this at the time of the earthquake, we would have been in a hell of a lot worse position than we are now. So I think we've got to protect it with the best excellence that we can get around that table, and to show our respect to them and to the service that they give the city in the various ways that they do. So I will be supporting this. The fact that it's technically $41,000, that's really what we're talking, because the other 41 is going to charity. Thank you.
Who have we got next? Pauline.
Yeah, thanks. And I agree with Mike. This has been a very, very challenging one, but this questions and answers and debates have been quite helpful for me. Look, this is a multi-billion-dollar company, so that makes it a big difference when you're looking at the type of directors that you need on this. And there's no doubt that we do have quality directors there now, and if this is going to risk losing some of those if they don't get an increase approved, I'd be very concerned about that. And I also appreciate Paul's comments about what the directors do give up in the form of opportunity by accepting a role on the CCHL board. and the fact that they do take a 20% reduction in remuneration. The board's performing very well. They've increased the asset base, it says in the report, by 25%, and they've also increased the annual return via dividends to the City Council by 14%. And as we know, the debt is now sitting at $1 billion, and that is so we could retain our assets in times of crisis. And I think we need to appreciate the work that's gone into that in order for us to retain our assets and receive the capital release. That's significant. So it does concern me that if we don't approve this today, we could actually lose some of those very good directors. It also concerns me that if we don't approve an increase today, they'll be not receiving an increase until 2022, which is a long time, which will be from 2016. So it's too long, I think, to not actually address remuneration. So having weighed it up, after a lot of consideration, I'm going to support this today.
Anne.
Sorry. It is a really difficult decision, and especially having you there, Paul, and knowing how hard you work and seeing the fruits of your labour, so to speak, and the success that you've had. However, I do think that one of our strategic priorities that's underpinning what we do is to ensure that rates are affordable and sustainable, and I think we have to be doing everything we can to reach that goal in the climate that we're in at the moment. And I feel embarrassed in some ways talking like this because I accepted from the remuneration people that I would have a rise, but we had no choice about that. We were told that that was going to happen, and we have pushed back and said we're unhappy with the injustice of the way that they decide how we are paid. But we do have a choice about this. Sadly, we live in a culture where people's value is actually dependent on what they're paid, which, you know, is often not a good way of measuring what people do. I do actually think of our CE, who's sitting here and has made a decision to come to a job where she is being paid a lot less than what she could be paid in other places. And we...
So, Anne, maybe if we focus it on
the
sure. CCHL directors stuff.
Yep, thank you. So we do have a choice about this. And I do hear from the people that hard-working people out at Hallsville who are doing everything they can to make ends meet, struggling with rates, and I don't feel that this would be a very good signal to them that we are actually taking their concerns seriously if we agree to this today. So I will be voting against that for those reasons. I really think that we need to start building a pathway to lowering rates, and this is one small step in the way. So I will be not supporting this today.
Thank you, Jimmy, and then Aaron, if you're there somewhere.
Yes,
oh, and James.
It is very difficult to make decisions regarding to this issue. Yes, I recognize, you know, CCHL, your information, those board chair and the directors, their knowledge, their skills and experience. I also recognize those fee pool is less than the current market rate. But I'm particularly concerned is a moment the external environment has been significant change, because we are all aware, you know, coronavirus, the outbreak now spread over to whole New Zealand and the global. So there's a bigger the impact for our the economy, you know, the New Zealand economy and global economy. So, particularly we read the newspaper, we watch the TV, even minister.
We're talking about the directors' fees.
Yeah, okay, directors, yeah, I know, you know. So, it even impact the lots of the business. So, the moment if we increase the direct fee, but some will staff, employee, redundancy, etc., some will shut down their business. So, I think this probably regarding the public image, you know, this is reverse the effect. This is my concern. Also, I reviewed the CHL, the information 3.3. Although they will not impact the rates, but still, you know, they will pick up from those the dividend and the CHL. Probably the sample they will less to give to the council, etc. So particularly, just consider and concern this external environment. So I'm not support the CCHL the recommendation.
Okay, thanks, Jimmy. Aaron, do you want to say anything?
No, I'm fine.
You're fine. Thank you for that. James Daniels. And then I think that's
Kia ora.
everyone.
Kia ora. People think this role of being a city councillor is easy. Certainly I did. There are people that think the role of being a director of a company under the Companies Act is easy as well. And it's not. Paul very clearly and eloquently explained what the risks are, the role is, the responsibilities. And what I find interesting about this scenario is that here is what I had imagined to be the sole employee of Christchurch City Holdings Limited, presenting a case for the people that he reports to have their fees brought up to market level, or not even market level. That's the basis that we're starting this number at, and then we're applying a 22% discount on that. We've talked about opportunity costs, so I won't repeat that, but we've got to remember that these people on the board are responsible for over $4 billion worth of our assets, and they are in the commercial space, we're in the community space, where we are the ultimate shareholder of the company, but we need good people in place to run those commercial assets, otherwise the community sinks. So I'm very supportive of the fact that this rise is not that high. We're meeting the market, they live and work in the markets, and we need to make a decision on that basis. So I'm supporting this recommendation.
Thanks, James. Phil.
Thank you very much. Going forward, I look at the likes of Paul and his group. They're going to have their work cut out this year. You've got, out of the 8 companies that are there, 2 are very good, 3 or 4 holding their own. The rest are not too good, and there's probably 1, probably 2 that are in a departure lounge. And we need some people.
We'll just
we need some people who are strong
today, yeah.
and are getting paid well to make these decisions, because it's not going to be easy for the rest of this year. So I'll be supporting what we do. Holding their rates back is not ideal. We need to be paying them for what they're worth, because they're going to be busy coming up.
Thank you, Phil. Is there anyone else? No, well, I'll just quickly wrap it up. I mean, I think the thing we shouldn't get too trapped on today is the increase. We're approving an increase of the allocation of the pool, and it's up to CCHL how they manage that. I mean, I fully support the idea that we increase the audit and risk chairs thing. I mean, that is a no-brainer in terms of the risk and liability that's there. I think the other thing we as a council need to be really clear on is that CCHL is a commercial buffer. You know, there is a balance between what we do and what they do, and I just really would hate to think that we would disrespect competent independent directors who could be doing a lot more in the market by not approving this today. Now, I think the reality is there already is a 20% market discount. In my view, that actually shouldn't exist. I think it's an entirely commercial organisation, and that they should be doing that, because ultimately, when that doesn't work, we do hold them accountable. And I do accept what you've said, Yanni, but the point I would make is actually it's the council a lot of the time that has caused those challenges. So it's not the directors. They're literally working it out beholden. So I think, you know, we just need to be really careful about how we manage this. We want to continue to attract competent, intelligent people who will increase that dividend and actually provide the necessary oversight for the holdings company, but the companies that sit within it. So I think, you know, there's been a real debate around rates increases, and I'm absolutely thrilled that so many people who have talked about spending before are really on board in terms of rates increases and rates restraint today. But I think, you know, as Tim pointed out, we're at $40,000 this year. You know, whether you agree with the director's fees policy or not, it's minimal to us. And if we can continue to grow that dividend on the companies that perform well, then we should back the directors to do that. So on that note, I will put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Yeah, can we get a division?
Councillor Chan? Councillor Chu? Councillor Coker? Councillor Cotter? Councillor Daniels?
Aye.
Councillor Davidson? Councillor Galloway? Councillor Johansson. Councillor Kewen.
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Major. Councillor McLennan. And Councillor Scundert. 8 for yes and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for no.
Great, thank you. So that motion is carried. Thanks, Paul and Linda, for coming in for that, and I'll give the chair back to Andrew. Great, thank you.
Item 15, Harewood Green.
Oh, excluding the cutletts? No, we're not excluding.
So we-
15, yeah?
Oh, we're not going to do this one because Aaron's here.
We have to do Aaron's.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so moving now to item 16, the Harewood Gardeners Breens funding options. So if we can have staff to the table for this one, please. Thank you. Now, the options are made clear in the paper. Is there any comment from staff? And then we'll move to questions.
No, I think if it's clear in the report, then I'm happy to leave it for questions.
All right, let's move straight to questions. Do we have any questions for staff? Aaron, did you have any questions?
Yeah, does anyone else have any questions first?
Are there any other questions? Okay, Sam.
Thank you. Look, I just wondered if you could talk me through the NZTA subsidy. So obviously we've got the option of either pulling the cycleway forward or doing it as a standalone project. But in the standalone project, we talk about it obviously not attracting a subsidy, but in the bringing forward and including the traffic lights into the cycleway, it would attract a subsidy. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So what's the? I just don't understand the rationale as to why it could be excluded in one and not in the other.
It's the rationale for doing the job. The inclusion of traffic lights are a viable option at an intersection within the cycleway.
Yeah.
Putting this traffic lights in the we would need, as a standalone project, needs to stand up with a benefit cost ratio in its own right. So the benefit cost ratio then stacks up as part of the wider cycleway, if that makes sense. Have I explained that terribly?
Yes, I guess probably the assurance I'm trying to get at is if we did, like if we proceed today in terms of going down the line of having the traffic lights as part of the cycleway, would NZTA get to a point down the path where they say, actually, we're not subsidising that portion because they don't consider it the most necessary solution for that intersection?
I don't believe that. I don't think it's always possible, but I don't believe it's a big risk. We have used signals as options in cycleways in other parts of the city.
Yeah, and they have indicated that at the moment that if it's included as part of the MCR, it would be subsidised.
It would be, okay. And we're confident that we would get that NZTA subsidy. Like I know we've had challenges with other stuff and delays.
Yes. No. We're confident. They're very supportive of the wider program.
Okay, and if it's okay, Andrew, just another.
Yep. Thank you.
So, in terms of the MCR, I mean, the community board obviously has been in favour of pushing that out for some time. Is there a risk that when we go out for consultation over that, that we get a potential uproar and then we have to go and reassess where that cycleway goes, or is that already locked in terms of Harewood Road?
It's locked in, isn't it?
So we have a preferred route, but we haven't briefed committee or community boards yet on that preferred route.
Yeah.
Harewood Road is the most direct route between the start and end point.
Okay, so if during the consultation period that was to change, and I don't want to suggest the avenue over because that's in my ward, but would there be a risk that we don't get traffic lights at all?
So if the cycleway changed, council always has the option of then putting the intersection back as an individual project, but it would not obviously then attract the NZTA subsidy.
Yeah, so we'd need to redo the work on it.
Correct.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Tim, Phil and Pauline. Tim.
Thank you. Under 4.16, other projects may need to be deferred to release sufficient funds in the annual plan for this project. So this intersection isn't in the top 20, let alone the top 100 of the most dangerous intersections in our city. Is that correct, as it says in the report?
That is correct. Based on the rolling 5 years, it's dropped out of the top 100.
Okay, so do we have an idea of, in that top 20 most dangerous in the other parts of the city, which one of those may be, so we don't know, but something has to move to allow this to happen?
Something may have to move. If we want to, what we were trying to indicate in that is that there are other higher risk intersections. We've talked this through before.
Yep.
As a council, you could choose to fund it in its own right and leave it there in its own right, but it is not addressing the safety issue that we've got across the city for the other intersections. And if we have to balance out, we may have to have that conversation, and that would be part of long-term plan conversation probably.
So at the moment, as this is put forward, we're looking at an increase of 1.2 million, is that correct? But the NZTA subsidy will cut that down to 600, is that right?
Correct.
For the cycleway section, yeah.
But the only way to get the lights is to do the subsidy, is to do the cycleway.
Yeah.
So if we did the intersection on its own, there'd be obviously no subsidy.
Correct.
Okay.
So on its own, the BCR for the intersection is 0.1, which is well under the threshold.
Yeah, thank you.
Phil.
Thank you, guys. Just roughly, this whole cycleway thing from start to finish, how much is that? I've got a number of 20 million in my head. Is that where I'm?
It's about 18, I think.
Yeah, it is in there somewhere.
Yeah, 3.16. Oh, actually, that's something I should have said at the start. My apologies. There's an error, and that was my error. The numbers in there are too high. We put the extra 1.2 million in twice. I put the extra 1.2 million in twice. Sam has an updated table that covers off 3.16. It should have gone round so the numbers are slightly down.
So it's 18.2 million is the
We'll say 20 for round figures. So, of which half will be paid for by
the government.
Transport. Right. So we're looking at spending 10 million now by bringing it forward. Now, when we bring it forward, and something else dips out, it's a cycleway that dips out, or is it?
We don't need to. Nothing needs to dip out to bring this forward. It's already part of the annual plan. It's just delivering it earlier.
But we're bringing the spending forward earlier.
Yes.
So does that? Nothing dips out. Okay.
Nothing else has to change in the long-term plan.
So, and just following through what you said, if it's $10 million and it's going to take 18 months to design it and maybe another 12 months to implement it, are we not better just to spend 1.2 million on the intersection now and get it more or less in 8 or 10 months' time? We get it a lot quicker.
It'll still take us 18.
Just the intersection?
Just to do the intersection, we've still got 12 months of design work to do.
Mm-hmm.
We'd still have to understand whether there's any property purchase. You'd have to get through all that. There's all sorts of.
Okay.
There's still the same amount of design work to do, even though it's different scale.
Thank you.
Pauline and then Anne. Pauline.
A little process question, because it was the community board that pushed the cycleway out originally, and the council at the time respected that decision, so left it out, and I think it was a vote, because a lot of councillors did not want to push it out. Does that mean that if we make this decision today, that we are overriding a community board decision, and should it go back to the board?
My understanding, it was community board feedback as part of the long-term plan. The long-term plan vote was to put it out there. This is part of the annual plan discussion. You asked us to come back with options.
Yeah, I know, it probably might not be a question for you, but it's an interesting one, isn't it, when we're trying to balance community board decisions, but whether... There
is always an option to leave it out.
That's right, because that's what
but
the community board
wanted. But it means you got your lights and do it as part of the cycleway in the original timeframe.
In the original timeframe, yeah. Because that's what the board wanted.
But
so it's the
there
board
won't be lights there for
situation.
5 or 6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, and then Mike. Anne.
Thanks for all the work that you've done on this. And I remember that we've talked about this quite a lot. And I remember there was a discussion about the fact that the traffic lights, just putting traffic lights in, could have unintended consequences in terms of safety for that whole passageway, that whole roadway through there. Can you explain what they could be? Are you able to?
Yeah, we can do that.
So if we just put traffic lights there.
Yeah, so if we put traffic lights at the moment, Herwood Road has no delay. So Herwood Road is the primary road, so it's the side roads that have all delay. As soon as we put traffic lights in there, we will have significant delay on Herwood Road, because every 76 seconds we will be stopping the Herwood Road for approximately half of that time. We do expect to see an increase in those rear-end collisions, because at the moment traffic doesn't have to stop. We also do expect to see significant congestion as a result. And that's just because there's delay. At the moment traffic doesn't have to stop. You will see some delay on Herwood Road.
We also anticipate that there could be an issue with accident migration down to the Breens Wairaki corner. So that was another safety issue that was raised.
So can I follow that on with a question? How does putting the traffic lights with the cycleway mitigate some of those things?
It doesn't change them, I'm afraid.
No, it's still...
But the council made the decision in principle to support the lights. So we've come back to you today with a paper giving you options of how to fund it.
Right, okay, cool. Okay, gotcha.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. Look, I think it's important just to clarify actually the process, how it happened. Through the long-term plan, it was actually proposed to put it out to around where it is now. This actual cycleway has 2 community boards involved. The Herwood Community Board wanted it pushed out even further, and the Papanui Community Board, which it goes through, didn't want it pushed out further, wanted it actually closer. And through the council decision, it stayed at that date that was proposed in the long-term plan. And with the thought that obviously with the TFAR, it may come forward again, which didn't happen because of some of the projects up in the North Island taking the money away. But my question, I guess, is around the fact that obviously we're going through, at some stage there'll be another round of funding with the new GPS and etc. So there's potential actually, although we know we're going to get 51%, that they could try and look at going back up to 75% like they wanted to happen with the last round.
There is potential. It depends on what the new GPS announcements are.
Yep.
The cycling.
All right, thank you. Are there any further questions? Sam? Oh, yep. I'll just... So, Aaron, I'll come to you in just a moment. I've got a couple of questions myself first, and I'll come right to you. So, thinking in terms of, the answer to Anne's question about the benefits of the traffic lights for the cycleway, I guess we're saying now in this regard, versus the congestion and the possible migration of accident incidents further down the road to another junction, is the driver for the suggestion that we would put the traffic lights in the previous council decision in principle, or is there technical traffic engineer advice that supports putting the traffic lights in here as a part of the cycleway, or would the cycleway in fact be just as safe without the traffic lights?
The initial schemes that were done for the cycleway, the initial schemes in the scheme workup that we have done for the cycleway came up with options that were presented to the community previously. So in the previous round of consultation, we presented an option that reduced the movements across this intersection. There was an idea to do that. Putting lights in at an intersection such as this intersection is an option for a cycleway to get people across. It causes delays to cyclists as well, and as Brendan alluded to before, it causes delays in that main corridor along Herwood Road. So there's pros and cons for all of it. It's an option and a way to do it. the council has very clearly said that you are supporting in principle the introduction of lights at this intersection in response to the concerns raised from the community.
And you wouldn't be making the recommendations you are as staff if this wasn't a workable solution?
It's definitely a workable solution.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. And one further question from me, and then Sarah, I'll come to you, and then I'll come to Aaron. Just to clarify, if the cycleway was moved as a result of consultation on the cycleway, and there has been some suggestion that the way to get a cycleway through this part of town is not this route but a different route, that would then mean that the traffic lights wouldn't be, as a result of this decision, there would then remain no traffic lights at this junction because the traffic lights are part of the cycleway. It would require a further decision of council to look at this junction again in the context of no cycleway going along this road. In order to put traffic lights there.
We'd need to come back to you with more options, yes.
Yeah, so as assuming the staff recommendations approved today, the only way that traffic lights will be put at this intersection would be as a part of the cycleway.
Correct. And just to be clear, the start and end points of this cycleway are the railway crossing at Herwood Road and the underpass at the top end of Herwood Road that goes under Johns Road. It's fairly... I'm not trying to predetermine the decision, but it's fairly logical.
It would be difficult to find a route to connect those points that was logical that didn't go through this intersection.
And I know there's a lot of discussion about whether it's the right route or not, but that is where the underpass is on Johns Road, and it does link to the business park very well, and there's a lot of people cycling out to the business park.
All right, that's all helpful commentary. Sarah.
Thank you. When we did make the previous decision in principle on the traffic lights, and we asked this work to be done, if we did, it was in the report, but it was like one of those 1,000-page agendas and things, and when it was raised during the meeting, what wasn't addressed was that actually traffic lights make this intersection less safe than it currently is, and also migrate accidents potentially to other intersections. So during the cycleway, if we go ahead with this, during the cycleway consultation, is there an opportunity, if council wanted to readdress the safest option through?
So to go back a couple of points, Councillor, I think what we said in the report, if I remember correctly, was they don't necessarily make it safer. Traffic lights don't necessarily make it safer, and they don't necessarily address the safety issues that the community had raised. They cause different types of accidents. And yes, we had an independent report from Abley that said it's not as safe as actually restricting movements. Whether we would go through that, look, I don't know what the form of the signalised intersection would look like as a result of the cycleway. So I think we're trying to preempt questions that I can't really answer. We've still got to do the design and figure it out. If it inherently creates something that is inherently unsafe, we will bring that back to you and have that conversation.
Thank you. No further questions within the room. Aaron, let's move to you for any questions that you might have.
Maybe a couple. The first one being a follow-on from Sam's one earlier on around the NZTA funding for a set of traffic lights at the intersection. So the belief is that NZTA wouldn't fund them if there was just traffic lights, but if they were part of the cycleway, they would. But in the staff's design, they wouldn't have traffic lights, that's why we're adding this amount of money. So why would NZTA fund them if they wouldn't be part of the design?
So NZTA requires an overall benefit-cost ratio to be addressed and a value for money equation to be addressed. The issue is that for the wider project we have a really solid benefit-cost ratio for the cycleway overall, even with the additional cost of putting lights in at this intersection. What happened when we were doing we did some high level assessments of what we thought the facilities would look like when we assessed the overall cost of the program to put into the long-term plan, and there wasn't an assumption at that time, back at the long-term plan time, that lights would go in. Hence we've asked for the additional budget to come in to address the lights at this intersection. Does that answer your question, councillor?
Kind of. It would suggest to me that NZTA don't look that closely at the details if they'd let it go through on one but not the other.
Well, they're looking at the overall cost benefit of the project in its own right, and because the cost benefit is set up on the whole project, not just portions of the project.
Okay, that explains that. But now, getting down to that being the preferred route, I wasn't aware that that was the selected preferred route yet. It's the route that's been put up and it's been talked about. But so that is confirmed now. That's the preferred route.
No, it is the indicative route. It is the indicative route between the start and end point of that facility. But we have yet to go out to community consultation on any of it. But we can get that going reasonably quickly.
Because our board had been brought a number of suggestions around that not being the route, that the route from the airport to town should be Memorial Ave because it's 2 kilometres shorter than going the Harewood Road route, which on a bike, 2 k's is, I don't know, a few calories.
It's not just about going, and I think it's not about actually passengers on planes travelling to the airport. It's actually about workers and people working out in the business park out there in particular. So it's about who our audience is that we're trying to attract.
Okay, and so can we bring this forward and do this like this prior to it going out to consultation? Because this looks like we're setting up from the job. So that's okay to do that? And then if the public come back and say, no, we don't want that there, then we'd just go back to trying to fund the traffic lights another way.
Yes.
Okay, and what would the timeline for that be?
So just to clarify, that last question seemed to be in 2 parts. The first question was, would we go ahead and build the lights first? And the second was, this is what I heard, and I may be wrong, and then the second part was, so prior to consultation, and the second part was, if the cycleway doesn't end up going there, we would need to come back and do the lights as a separate, there will be a separate question about whether we do the lights there. But the first part of the question, presumably we wouldn't be putting the lights in before we'd consulted on the cycleway and decided that was the preferred route.
And even if we put the lights in as a separate project, we still have to do the design. We would still have to do an assessment as to whether there was any additional consultation we needed to do, because they were very high level schemes that went out to have the conversation with the community. It might be that we don't, but we'd still have to do an assessment. I'm not prepared to put my hand in my heart today and say we wouldn't definitely have to go out again.
And that would require a separate decision of council if the cycleway didn't go through there, of course.
Yep, absolutely.
Aaron, anything further?
No, and that wasn't my. You did hear it wrong, Andrew. That wasn't my question. But I would be happy to second your motion of putting the lights in first, and then working on the cycleway.
It certainly wasn't a motion. It was a point of clarification, but that's fine.
I'm happy to move the staff recommendation.
All right. Sam, did you have another question?
One on that further consultation, because under 4.1.5. It says that the second option, there would need to be no further consultation with the community. So are we comfortable with what's in the report? Or?
Yep.
So we wouldn't
It
need
would
to go
only
out.
be if there was something major changed off what we designed. Sorry.
No, that's right. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Anne, question? You're going to second the motion that's been moved by the Mayor, so the staff recommendation. So we've got this moved and seconded, so it's on the table. Is there any debate? Melanie?
There's a few things, some of it repeating, but so don't necessarily agree with prioritising an intersection for pedestrian safety that is of less need than 100 other intersections at least through the city, but that's a decision already made. Particularly, if, based on what the staff said about an increase in the number of potential rear-end collisions and accident migration to other sites, it's not necessarily safe. However, it makes sense with part one of the recommendation to combine projects to save staff time, spending twice as much time on the design, to save ratepayers money to obviously attract the NZTA subsidy for the intersection, and to also reduce the length of time with roadworks interference on Harewood Road, because otherwise you'd get it twice. However, with part two, I've got a concern about moving it forward. Not that I don't support cycleways, because I do, but about the additional rates increase over a period where we're going to probably have rates increases due to stadium costs. So I would support part one, but not two.
Yeah.
Yep, I can put them separately. Sam?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I won't be supporting this today, and I'll just signal my intent to foreshadow the standalone project as a matter of process. The thing with this, and I'm sort of stuck in a rock and a hard place, because I do completely get the fact that we get this NZTA subsidy for this down the line. But the reality is all we're doing today is pushing the traffic lights further and further away from the community who want them. And it just doesn't feel right to me. I mean, I think the fact is, as a community board and then as a council, for the last couple of years, we've gone out, we've done all the consultation work, and we're literally no better off today than we were 2 years ago. And I just really, sympathise with the residents of Harewood that we've again pushed this out. So I just can't support this today, and again signal my intent to foreshadow doing it as a standalone project.
All right, so in the event that the motion on the table is lost, we'll come to your foreshadowed motion. I've now got Sarah and then Mike.
Thank you. For me, this is not about NZTA subsidy per se. It's about an intersection that doesn't warrant work any sooner than 100 others that are more dangerous. And I think that having this as a standalone project ahead of more dangerous ones across the city means that we leave our residents in other parts of the city at a higher risk than necessary. And I think that's poor governance from us would be poor governance from us as city councillors rather than ward councillors, which is what we swear to do when we do our oaths. So I think that's the key thing for me here. I think that having a cycleway brought forward actually reduces rates in the long term. It's cheaper to build them. The sooner we do it, we're more likely to get better subsidy rates the sooner we do it. And so doing it that way is really good, and then we get all of the benefits of lower traffic on the roads and those kind of things sooner as well. But for us to put one intersection ahead of others when it's not warranted by any evidence whatsoever is really poor governance. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike and then Anne.
I support both the recommendations up there, and there's no way I could support actually the foreshadowed one, because it just doesn't quite make sense to do it as a standalone when we know actually it would not get any NZTA funding and is actually not even in the top 100 of dangerous intersections in Christchurch, and I'm sure there would be a lot more important intersections that would have to be upgraded before that one would happen, probably including some in the Harewood ward itself. I think it's just a no-brainer when you've got the ability to actually get subsidies, minimum of 51%, potentially more, to be able to actually do these projects together. It's actually, if we're talking about ratepayers' dollars, we should be looking at any opportunity we can to actually save it, instead of doing one project now with no subsidy and then another project a few years down the track with a subsidy. So I'll be supporting both.
Anne.
We are all motivated by wanting to make journeys to school safer for our young people throughout the city, and we can achieve this the critical result of a safe crossing at the Breens, this terrible intersection, which this community has been crying out for many years, without having to sacrifice the safety of the other children throughout the city, because that's what would happen if we put a standalone traffic light. Traffic lights, that money would have to be found from somewhere else, and it would be found by not doing the other safety things that we want to have happen so that all the children in the city are going to have safer journeys to school. So this option ensures that the crossing can be, as a part of a major cycleway project, will achieve some funding from NZTA, a substantial amount of funding from NZTA. So we can have the traffic lights there without having to take money allocated to other projects ensuring safe journeys. So I will be voting in support of the officer's recommendations to incorporate the signalisation of this intersection, and that the timing of this MCR be brought forward to reduce the length of time this community will have to wait to navigate this dangerous crossing.
Tim?
Thank you, Lord. I commend Councillor Kewen for his ongoing and dogged determination to get this intersection happening, and I do praise him for that. But it's not on the top 100. It's not even on the top 20. And I'm looking at my community, the Braden Kashmir community, and the others are connected to it. And there is a rising concern from all our residents about the growing incidents between pedestrians, cyclists and motor vehicles. And I cannot support anything that is going to jump the list by 100. It's ridiculous. And I don't think it's the best way to go forward with this. I would love to be able to sit there and say, with a definite outcome, what can be funded and when. But it seems to be a bit of a juggle with NZTA, and we can't control that. And our staff do an outstanding job juggling those balls. But for me, looking at my community and those that are around it, such as Westmoreland, Spraydon, the Apawa, etc., I just can't see how we can jump forward so much just because one is getting more media coverage than the other through dogged determination. I would like to see the top 20, I'd like to see the top 100. But I think in the big picture of things, as a city and a city council, we've actually got to send, as elected members, if we want to do this kind of thing and we see the growing problem, then I think we've got to send a signal to our chief executive and our staff to say, actually, we may need to change the focus of what we are wanting to look at. And that is a direction that the elected members have to do. And at the moment, I don't see it. I'm sending a signal that I will be pushing for communities to have a better voice about the maintenance, the safety upkeep, and the programs within these built-up communities rather than new stuff. So, yeah.
I support bringing the cycleway forward. Means that we can get the benefits of it earlier. I support putting the traffic lights in the context of the cycleway if it makes the intersection safer. And we've heard that staff wouldn't be recommending that if they didn't see some benefit in the traffic lights. I certainly do not support putting the traffic lights in as a standalone solution at this intersection when there are a large number of other intersections in other parts of the city that would benefit from attention first. It seems absurd that we would leapfrog this intersection above others when there are others that are more dangerous and that would benefit from intervention more than this one would. But I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation, very happy to support that today. If we get as far as the foreshadowed motion, I certainly won't be supporting the traffic lights as a standalone solution. Yanni, and then Aaron, I'll come to you after that. I'm assuming that you'll want to speak.
Yeah, thank you.
Pauline as well.
So I want to support the local community board, and although we don't have a clear recommendation from them, it's my sense that they want the traffic light rather than the cycleway brought forward. And, I just want to remind councillors on a few things. We often put intersections in areas that are not dangerous, that often jump the queue because we've got growth. There's a whole bunch of traffic lights that we put into the city based on growth that have nothing to do with safety but have to do with design of a neighbourhood. So I actually have no problem with the local community board saying to us, this is a priority. I argued previously in the LTP that we should be giving each community board, say, $10 million each every year to allocate to the projects that are important to them and their local area with community consultation and engagement. I think that we get around this debate we seem to have every time that the community board comes and wants something. Sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't. And, you know, for my community board, for example, we had one of the intersections that is in the top 10 most dangerous in terms of incidences and etc. And that got substituted for a few bus seats and a bus shelter outside Eastgate Mall. So, you know, that community board asked for it and council agreed. The council didn't turn around and say to that community board, no, sorry, that's one of the most dangerous ones and we think it needs to be fixed. They listened to the community board and they made the decision accordingly. So, you know, I think we do need to be consistent here. And in my view, actually, we've put parts of cycleways in all across the city. We've got areas where we are putting infrastructure in for cycleways, and I can't see any problem other than NZTA of going and saying, you know, this is a likely route for the cycleway. We want some support to put in some safety improvements for pedestrians and cyclists as part of the signalisation. You know, that just speaks to our relationship with NZTA and getting that resolved rather than having to defer this for further and further and further and saying we have to do the whole thing at once.
Thank you. Pauline.
Yeah, look, I was really disappointed when the community board pushed out the cycleway in the annual plan, and I voted against that at the time. And I also preferred the previous design where the median strip was in there and that we were putting lights in only for the cycleways and the pedestrians. However, I do want to commend staff for coming up with this option, which is because they listened to the community who did not want the road blocked off. Staff have now come back with an option that's actually going to work with both requests. And I think it's going to be a win-win. It's a win in my view because it actually is going to see the cycleway brought forward again where it should have been all the time. And for me, it's every route that's completed increases the benefit of the rest of the MCRs, and the feedback we're getting is becoming more and more positive. Every day you hear people saying how fantastic they are, and to have this cycleway done and this intersection done as a result so people can ride right through to that business park up there under the Johns Road safely is going to be really incredible. I could have got it wrong, but I thought the time frame for the standalone and this option was the same at 18 months. So I don't know if Sam's right or I'm right there. So I don't see that it's a valid reason to vote for the standalone option at all, which is probably going to have a higher rates impact. So as I said, I did prefer the original design, but this is a compromise, which is also going to work, and staff have given us comfort that it is one that will work. So on that note, I'm going to support this today.
Thank you. Aaron, I'll come to you.
Yeah, okay, I'll try and be brief. My thought is I'll support Sam's option. I'm more than happy to put forward a project from within my ward, which is pretty much the same sort of cost that no one's asked for, that we will do that'll cover the funding for it, so there'll be zero rates impact, so the money's already there to do it, and so that'll be why I'd support Sam's suggestion to do it as a standalone project as quickly as possible. This is what the public in my ward had asked for overwhelmingly. It's certainly a lot more submitted on those traffic lights than submitted on the entire annual plan last year. So are we a council that listens to the people? We will see. NZTA haven't said no to this project either, so we should be asking them, write a really good strong case to why they should pay for half of the intersection upgrade, and hopefully they would support it. Certainly the local MP does, so we would have their endorsement for our NZTA submission as well. So my preference, and I would ask my fellow councillors to listen to the people of my ward that have overwhelmingly spoken and asked for those traffic lights. If that is the case and the traffic lights are brought forward, let's just make sure the design does not exclude the cycleway, because then if the cycleway is coming through and the people of my ward want the cycleway, I will be supporting that as well at that time.
Thank you. Leanne, as the mover, I'll come to you to close the debate.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's been a good debate. It's set out the issues. I think staff are to be congratulated for coming back with an option that actually enables the decision to be mutually agreeable, in the sense that it ties in with the ability to get NZTA funding. But I think that the the focus of the debate has been about the safety issue, which is quite rightly so. As a standalone project, it doesn't stack up. The BCR isn't high enough. We know that NZTA will not fund it. So it doesn't matter how much bunting you put around it, how many bows and ribbons you put around it. There's no funding from NZTA for this project if it's standalone. So to get it built into an intersection that's part of the major cycleway route in the same time frame, it actually resolves one of the other issues, which is that if we had closed off the median strip, then you would have actually had to have put in pedestrianised crossing for the kids that are going to school. So I actually think that the traffic lights in conjunction with the major cycleway route, if that can compress the number of lanes that are coming down there, then that's going to stop what happens at the moment. And that's why the intersection is not a happy intersection. I certainly wouldn't try and cross it if I were given a choice. And a lot of people don't. They just literally turn left on one side of the road into Harewood Road, because it is very difficult to traverse 4 lanes, as we all know. I mean, I think we even drove down there in one of the buses with the community board to have a look at it. So it's not an easy intersection to traverse. This enables the development of the major cycleway route, which actually makes good sense because it's connecting one end of Harewood Road with the other. The underpass is already built under Johns Road, and people who think that it's sensible to put cyclists down Memorial Ave, then look at how they would traverse the Johns Road intersection even with the overpass. It still is an incredibly dangerous intersection with a lot of traffic, a lot of tourists who get onto the motorway from the airport, literally going north and south in relatively frequent movements. I just think that it's an area to keep cyclists away from as much as possible. So I think this staff have really gone away and done a good thing. I do worry about the impact on Wairaki Road and Breens Road, because this does bump that problem, but I think that it's almost an inevitable consequence of putting even pedestrianised lights down there. There is a school down Breens Road, and I think it's important for us to take that into account. So I would be concerned that we would end up with no advance at all and go back to zero with the foreshadowed resolution, which is why I'm happy to support the staff recommendations.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry, you wanted them put separately, didn't you? So I'll put resolution 1. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And resolution 2. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry. Okay, so
Try again.
it hasn't. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that again. Take 2. Okay, resolution 1. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
So, okay, so let's have that recorded. So the noes are raising their hands.
It's 5 or 6.
Yep.
And we got Phil.
And Phil. So we've got Tim, Phil, Sam, Catherine, Yanni, James, Goff and Aaron voted against. That's carried. Yep, so resolution 1 is carried. Resolution 2, all those in favour say aye. Let's have a division. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, let's have a formal division.
So this is just for resolution 1.
Yep.
Councillor Keown?
No.
Councillor McLennan?
Yes.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Davidson? Councillor Galloway? Councillor Scandrett? Councillor Chu? Councillor Coker? Councillor Cotter?
Yes.
Councillor Chen? The Mayor? Councillor Templeton? Councillor Major? Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Johansson? Councillor Daniels isn't here. And Councillor Goff?
No.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for yes, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for no.
So that's carried.
That's carried.
So now we move to resolution 2. All those in favour say aye. Those against? So can we have a division on that one again?
For resolution 2, Councillor Templeton?
Yes.
Councillor McLennan? Councillor MacDonald?
No.
Councillor Johansson? Councillor Galloway? Councillor Daniels isn't here. Councillor Coker? Councillor Chen?
Yes.
The Mayor? Councillor Scandrett? Councillor Major? Councillor Keown? Aaron?
No. No.
Councillor Goff? Councillor Davidson? Councillor Cotter?
Yes.
Councillor Chu? And Councillor Turner?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for yes, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for no. So that's a tie for resolution 2.
So that means resolution 2, the status quo remains. So as it stands, as that stands then, that means that the signalisation be incorporated in the cycleway, but the cycleway be dealt with in 26-28 financial years.
We could lapse standing orders and have a discussion to see if anyone wants to change their mind.
No, the thing is we can always change our mind in the annual plan.
It can be dealt with as part of the annual plan.
But not as direction from us.
Yep.
We have to change our minds
Yeah. If we choose to pick it up differently, we can do that through the annual plan or long-term plan process. So that's the outcome of the item today. Staff, thank you very much indeed to staff for your help.
Councillor Keown voted against his lights.
And we'll move on to the
He wants them in 2028.
next item. The annual plan presents the opportunity to fix it and allows for some discussion before we get there. Okay, item 15, Dyers Pass Road and Evans Pass Road guardrails and safety improvement scope and funding options. Okay, so Lynette, welcome back to the table. And Peter, welcome. All right, so is there any commentary on this report before we move into it?
Item 15. Item 15.
The Dyers Pass and Evans Pass Road guardrails and safety improvements. Item 15. No comments?
Basic comments. We've got an opportunity to, as part of the NZTA Safe Network program, to advance additional work and receive actually increased subsidy, potential increased subsidy from NZTA. Our request is to you today is to approve us going forward with that additional work. We wouldn't contract it until we were sure that we had the subsidy.
All right, thank you.
Basically.
Are there any questions on this? Okay, so Sarah has indicated that. Oh, Mike, you're indicating you'd move it, or Sarah, it doesn't matter. Sarah can move, Mike can second. Is there any debate? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Item 17, South New Brighton setback funding. So Keith Dawson. Keith.
Davison.
Great, thank you. Welcome to the table. Is there any commentary on this report?
I'll just say that the Council made a resolution last August to as part of the Earthquake Legacy work for South New Brighton, for us to develop a bund and to come back with a proposal for additional funding once known. We have that now. We have an opportunity to deliver this bund, construct this bund in substantially this year. We have a small season to deliver because of bird nesting and lizard relocation, etc. And so we put forward this proposal for additional funding to you, which would allow us to complete works this year.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? Mike.
Thanks. Just a quick question. You've obviously outlined in the report that where the money's going to be coming from a number of different projects. I'm just trying to work out, I guess, what the negative impact is on that decision. What is, if we had an event, what would potentially happen in those areas where we're taking the money from?
So the funding for this, the additional funding, is proposed to come from savings on the existing South Shore stop bank works, the temporary works that we have for that, together with bringing back of funding from the Avon floodplain management work. So it's bringing it forward to get an early start. In bringing funding back, we need to offset that with money slipping forward, and in this case we have one scheme, the Charlesworth Drain scheme, which for various reasons is slipping, and so that gives us some opportunity. And we also have two other projects there in the Fendleton and Isleham areas, which we're just proposing to have an offset slip to allow no impact on rates over and above what's in the plan. So in that sense, it's not having an impact on other areas.
Thank you. Yanni.
I mean, I had a similar question on the LDRP 531 Charlesworth Drain project. I think that's 7.4.3. Can you just explain what's happening there? I didn't quite understand. That's the one outside Mesas Road, is it?
Yes. So that project is one that's we're seeing a number of difficulties. We're having difficulties gaining access with the owner of the land. There's a number of considerations around that, which is while we're negotiating with that landowner, that's delaying our start of works. And so what we expect is that that's going to push the start of the next financial year. That carry forward becomes an opportunity for an offset bring back. So that's very nice. It's very soothing. So the main point being that Charlesworth Drain is not a false delay in the project in order to secure the funding. It's a project delay that gives us an opportunity for funding for this project.
But if the project is simply delayed, that doesn't create new money. That's the same money, so it's not paying for the budget. That's what I don't understand.
That's right. So the funding that pays for this is coming from the Avon floodplain management. That we have an $85 million program over a number of years in the LTP, and savings from the nearby South Shore bunding works. So that's where the money comes from. But in order to bring back money for the Avon corridor, to basically get an early start on that, we're offsetting it with other slipbacks.
In terms of the Charlesworth Drain project, you obviously are well aware that that's a project dear to my heart and to my community. So if you need extra funding for that, are you able to bring back money from the Avon Drain as well?
I think at the moment it's not so much about the funding. It's the delay as well. We complete the negotiations with the landowner there.
Right, but once that's done, you'll be in a position to proceed, even if it requires bringing back some money from other projects.
So it's it's an offset carry forward. So the money hasn't gone from Charlesworth.
Cool, thanks.
All right, thank you. Any further questions, Pauline?
Thank you. Just on the same point there on 7.4, when you say transferring approximately half of the financial year 22 LDRP, Upper Avon project. What is the Upper Avon project?
Oh, we've identified that there is some earthquake change and flood risk in the Upper Avon, and it'll just be seeking to address that through an LDRP investigation and capital works project. So we're still to fully scope that. It's a number of years away inside the program, but we've identified the budget there to enact some work. So we've still got quite a bit of work there for scoping stages.
Okay. I was just thinking of the drinkable rivers where they're doing a lot of their work up there, and we need to try and support them and synergise our work with them. That's all. So if we can keep that in mind as well.
Certainly.
No further questions? All right. Is there a mover for this recommendation? Melanie? Seconder? Tim? Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that completes the open agenda. So item 20, the resolution to exclude the public. Paul Munro, Chief Executive of Christchurch City Holdings, remain after the public have been excluded for item 22 of the public excluded agenda. As he has knowledge that's relevant to that item, will assist the council. Okay, yep. So I'm happy to move the resolution to exclude the public. Do I have a seconder? Jimmy? All those in favour say aye.
Wait, I had my hand up, please. If you could put...
I'm sorry?
I had my hand up for...
Right, okay, yep, all right.
Yeah, to speak to it. If you could, I was just asking that you could put 14 and 22 separate. I won't be supporting those. I think we heard this morning. So, no, we're voting to go into public excluded. So, I think what we heard this morning is that people did want some transparency around the cricket, and I won't support this being in PX.
Well, 14's already dealt with. We've been there and done it.
Sorry, this is the vote to go into public excluded, which we haven't had.
And we didn't, in fact, go into public excluded for that item anyway.
Okay, so you're not. So 14's not on the thing.
No.
Right, you've withdrawn it. Okay, so 23 as well. I think we need transparency over that, so I won't support it being in PX.
All right, thank you. So now I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. So Yanni voted against. That's carried. All right, thank you.